I'll be back real soon. So CBS special report, they have rescued the other crew member that aircraft went down. Let's go.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Carissa Lawson in New York. We have breaking news out of the Middle East, where CBS News has learned that the second American crew member from the downed F-15E in Iran was rescued by special forces Sunday morning local time, according to multiple U.S. officials. The second crew member, a weapons systems officer, was one of two people on board. Both airmen ejected. U.S. officials said the pilot of that aircraft was rescued Friday, a short time after Iranian forces downed the aircraft over western Iran. That pilot's condition has not yet been released. For more information on this breaking development tonight, we turn to CBS News national security coordinating producer James Laporta. He's a U.S. Marine veteran, infantry. This is a CBS News special report. I'm Carissa Lawson in New York. We have breaking news out of the Middle East, where CBS News has learned that the second American crew member from the downed F-15E in Iran was rescued by special forces Sunday morning local time, according to multiple U.S. officials. The second crew member, a weapons systems officer, was one of two people on board. Both
Yay.
airmen ejected. U.S. officials said the pilot of that aircraft was rescued Friday, a short time after Iranian forces downed the aircraft over western Iran. That pilot's condition has not yet been released. For more information on this breaking development tonight, we turn to CBS News national security coordinating producer James Laporta. He's a U.S. Marine veteran, infantryman, and veteran of the Afghanistan War. James, what are we learning right now about how this rescue mission came together and how the airman was ultimately brought to safety?
Yeah, so this was really a race against time. From the moment that F-15 went down, it was a race for U.S. forces to try to retrieve both pilots. And separately from, separate from this event, there was another plane that went down on Friday. We had an A-10 that was shot down. That pilot ejected and was rescued, and he is safe. But from the moment that this F-15 was shot down, it was a race. So combat search and rescue assets were launched, and they were able to recover the pilot of that F-15. However, they were not able to, as you pointed out, they were not able to rescue the weapons systems officer. The weapons systems officer, had been hiding with essentially no more than a pistol to defend himself
No more
for
than
the
a
last
pistol.
48 hours. And so,
Oh my God. All he
multiple,
had was a
multiple U.S. military assets came into
pistol.
play, along with intelligence capabilities, cyber operations came into play, even our space assets came into play in order to rescue this American.
Have we been told anything about the crew member's condition right now?
Not at the moment. Only that they have been rescued. In terms of his status, we're not sure if all is safe and sound, or did he sustain any injuries, or so. I don't want to go too much into speculation on that, because all we know at this point is that he has been rescued.
Walk us through just how a search and rescue mission unfolds in a case like this.
Sure. So we have assets in the U.S. military that this is all they do, is train for a combat search and rescue. Or it's also known in some, for the Navy and the Marines, we will call this the TRAP mission, which is the tactical recovery of aircraft and personnel. But in this particular mission, one of the units that was really key in this was the Air Force pararescuemen. Air Force pararescuemen are sometimes known as the PJs, are special operations forces who are skilled not only in combat search and rescue, but are trained medical professionals. When I was in Afghanistan in 2009, serving with my Marines, it was the pararescuemen who would swoop in Black Hawk helicopters and save the Marines that I was serving with. They are really, their motto is so that others may live. They are really
wow.
a self-sacrificing service. So when U.S. forces get into trouble,
So what happens
the Air
next?
Force,
Yeah, go ahead.
yes. So when U.S. forces get into trouble, U.S. Air Force, U.S. Air Force pararescueman is really who you call. And so the moment that call goes out,
don't buy that camera that's gone viral to keep burglars away. Do this instead. For only $22 a month, I got a premium home security.
immediate assets get launched, not only from the air, but separate from all that, a whole U.S. intelligence apparatus kicks in to geolocate you, to keep eyes on what potential enemy movements are, and that was the case at this point. There were Iranian forces moving into the area where this downed crew member was. So this is a very risky, very dangerous mission that could have really gone the wrong way. But thankfully, this person has been rescued.
Extremely risky. Now, we're looking ahead now. What happens next in this case?
Hey,
How
Jerry.
significant is this rescue operation in the broader context of the war right now?
That's a great question. For the past couple of days, President Trump has been threatening more action. He did that just today regarding the Strait. We were, reading the tea leaves. There seemed to be even a further bombing escalation that was to occur. But it seems all of that perhaps was put on hold to really focus on this, to rescuing this pilot.
So what are commanders watching most closely now that this crew member was safely recovered? What are they watching?
So right now, I think that, they're watching for what are the next. So they're watching sort of the the Iranian. What is the Iranian response? Is there going to be more retaliatory strikes? In the form of, Iran still possesses missile capabilities. They still possess drone capabilities.
So all of what Trump said they didn't have, they do.
Despite the sort of the bombing campaign that we've seen both from the U.S. and Israel air assets, they still possess the ability to strike back. So I think that's what is what we're watching for now.
And what kind of survival training do these crew members actually have when they do get ejected behind enemy lines the way they did in this case?
That's a great question. So air crews, particularly these pilots, are required as part of their training to go through what we call SEER school. SEER is an acronym that's Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape. That school teaches you how to, when you are, subject to being, a downed aviator, teaches you how to survive on your own, how to escape enemy forces, and if you are captured, how to survive in that environment as well. The schoolhouse itself actually teaches lessons learned from past prisoners of war, from World War II, and in particular from the Vietnam War, and how to survive in captivity if you are captured by enemy forces. So that is what that school is designed to teach aviators, if they are ever in this situation, is how to survive and how to evade, and unfortunately, if you are captured, how to survive in that environment as well.
Yeah, you mentioned the fact that he was hiding with a pistol. Talk a little bit more about that. And
That's
what
all
that
he had
experience
was a
must have been
pistol.
like for him.
Please hit the like button as you enter.
So in the grand scheme of things, when you have people coming after you with small arms, with AK-47s and things like that, a pistol is not much protection. And when I say, all he had was a pistol, he also most likely did not have many rounds.
Right.
So maybe anywhere between 15, maybe 30 rounds. And that's speculation, but, this aviator is not carrying a large amount of ammunition because that's not really their job. Their job is to, be the backseater in an F-15. So if all you have is a pistol and, maybe 2 magazines on you, that's not a lot of protection if you're facing down a force where they're carrying AK-47s and other small arms.
Ew, just take a shower. After 12 hours, if you just take a shower, your below the belt odor will be 5 out of 10. But if you just take a shower and a
So we have this dramatic rescue.
If all you have is a pistol and, maybe 2 magazines on you, that's not a lot of protection if you're facing down a force where they're carrying AK-47s and other small arms. That's not really their job. Their job is to, be the backseater in an F-15. So if all you have is a pistol and, maybe 2 magazines on you, that's not a lot of protection if you're facing down a force where they're carrying AK-47s and other small arms.
So we have this dramatic rescue. They have him. Where do they bring him next?
So the next thing he's going to go through is further echelon care. He's going to go through medical treatment regardless of his status. Because not only is it his physical care, it's mental care, right? There's a mental aspect to it that you were shot out of the sky and you've had to escape and evade for the past couple days, right? So not only are they going to check him out medically in terms of his physical health, but also his mental health. The other thing is they're going to debrief him. So any sort of information they can gain that was learned that this pilot might have seen or heard on the ground, they'll do that too. So there's going to be an entire intelligence debriefing. There's also going to be, which I'm sure will be a very emotional moment, is there's going to be a notification to his family. And his family will learn of his status. And so that are sort of the next, most immediate steps, is really sort of taking care of the service member as best as the U.S. military can, given the ordeal that they've gone through the past 48 hours.
Certainly the best case scenario tonight from what we're hearing. Thank you so much, CBS News National Security Coordinating Producer James Laporta. We appreciate the information that you've brought us tonight. Once again, this was a breaking news update out of Iran. The second American crew member from the downed F-15E in Iran was rescued by special forces Sunday morning local time. Tonight, once again, this was a breaking news update out of Iran. The second American crew member from the downed F-15E in Iran was rescued by special forces Sunday morning local time, according to multiple U.S. officials. The F-15 went down during combat operations early Friday morning. The pilot was recovered shortly after the crash. The second crew member had been missing behind enemy lines, triggering an urgent U.S. military search effort. But he's been found. Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7, your local news, and tomorrow on CBS Face the Nation. This has been a CBS News special report. I'm Carissa Lawson, CBS News, New York.
Clarissa, thank you so very much. Yeah, I need for y'all to hit the like button. Get the likes up. Let's go. It's a lot going on tonight.
Folks, we have good news to...
Hold on. Miss. I think they had they was fighting in the air.
report in an otherwise catastrophic and Folks, we have good news to report in an otherwise catastrophic and unlawful war in Iran. We'll take the good news where we can find it. The second crew member from that downed F-15E that was shot down over Iran, we can confirm has been rescued after a heavy firefight. U.S. officials have told that to Al Jazeera. State regime media, which calls itself Fox, has confirmed, and this has been independently confirmed as well by numerous other sources. The individual who survived, who was downed on this F-15E, is said to have suffered injuries. The extent of those injuries are not known right now. We'll get you that update when we can. So both missing crew members are now accounted for. they're rescued, they're safe. The extent of their injuries is not clear. Now, this rescued U.S. airman was hiding on an elevated ridge after hiking away from the wreckage of that F-15E when it was shot down over Iran. The individual put out an emergency beacon, according to state regime media, Fox News, and others, and that allowed special forces to do the extraction. Donald Trump made a post where Trump says, this proves our air superiority. Just want to fact check that before sharing with you his statement, because I think to the contrary, the fact that the F-15E and A-10 and 2 search and rescue helicopters were either shot down or suffered significant damage shows that there actually isn't air superiority. Also, I want to wait until we see the extent and severity of the injuries of the individual, of this airman who was just rescued. By all accounts, let's be very clear. This is good news in an otherwise catastrophic and unlawful war. My heart breaks that there are people who are, even having to fly missions at this point in this unlawful and catastrophic war that was about regime change originally, and now it's about opening the Strait of Hormuz when it was opened before, or maybe this war is now about rescuing this airman, but for the war wouldn't have been there in the first place. It's unclear what the objectives are other than Donald Trump's utter deranged decisions or lack thereof each and every day. Here's Donald Trump's post. He writes, "We got him," is what Donald Trump posts. And then he goes on to say, we got him. My fellow Americans, over the past several hours, the United States military pulled off one of the most daring search and rescue operations in U.S. history for one of our incredible crew member officers who also happens to be a highly respected colonel and who I am thrilled to let you know is safe and sound. This brave warrior was behind enemy lines in the treacherous mountains of Iran, being hunted down by our enemies who are getting closer and closer by the hour, but was never truly alone because his commander-in-chief, Secretary of War, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and fellow warfighters were monitoring his location 24 hours a day and diligently planning for his rescue. At my direction, the U.S. military sent dozens of aircraft armed with the most lethal weapons in the world to retrieve him. He sustained injuries, but he will be just fine. Just pause there. He sustained injuries, but he'll be all good. This miraculous search and rescue operation comes in addition to the successful rescue of another brave pilot yesterday, which we did not confirm because we did not want to jeopardize our second rescue operation. This is the first time in military memory that 2 pilots have been rescued separately deep in enemy territory. We will never leave an American warfighter behind.
Can you hit the like button for me, Royal News?
We were able to pull off both of these operations without a single American killed or even wounded just proves once again that we have achieved overwhelming air dominance and superiority over the Iranian skies. Then he goes, the moment has come for all Americans, Republican, Democrat, everyone else should be proud. Look, this shouldn't be a political thing. I think everybody should be happy that this particular colonel was rescued, that he's alive. We want to know the extent of his injuries. Let's be very clear about that. We should not forget that the F-15E and A-10 multiple helicopters were also either shot down or severely damaged, that 13 American military bases have been evacuated right now, and our soldiers aren't there because Iran's been able to target them with FPV drones, Shahed drones, and ballistic missiles. That as I'm recording this, the Bapco facility in Bahrain's Bapco Energy's refinery complex was hit with an Iranian strike in retaliation for Trump and Netanyahu strikes in Iran, with smoke being reported at the site according to multiple reports. You can see the smoke right there. Kuwait's Ministry oil building is burning right now from an Iranian attack. 2 Kuwaiti power and water desalination plants. It's the last 12 hours, folks. This is the last 6 hours. 2 Kuwaiti power and water desalination plants attacked by Iranian drones have caused significant damage. 2 power generation units are also out of service right now. So all of that's taking place. I mean, I know Donald Trump wants a spike the football moment. And again, Great thing that this colonel was rescued, undoubtedly. But we got to get out of this war. This war continues to escalate. As Donald Trump said earlier today, he will rain hell on Iran if they don't agree to surrender in the next we have less than 24 hours of Donald Trump's deadline, where Trump says he will strike electric power plants, desalination plants, bridges, and other civilian infrastructure in Iran right now. I'll show you the moment this was announced on state regime media. This is what Fox said when they confirmed the second crew member of the downed F-15E fighter had been rescued. Let's play this clip.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Rich Edson live in New York. The missing crew member from the F-15E fighter jet shot down over Iranian territory Friday has been rescued after an hours-long search. There was reportedly a heavy firefight before the crew members were taken safely out of Iranian territory. For now, and more on this, we go to our Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin on the phone, who's confirmed and reporting on the details of all of this. Jennifer.
Rich, that's right. I can confirm that the second crew member of the downed F-15E fighter jet has been rescued, and that he and the members of the rescue team that extracted him from behind enemy lines in Iran are all safely out of Iran. That is according to 2 senior U.S. officials and multiple well-placed sources in the region.
Now, Jennifer Griffin, who is a reporter on state regime media, but she's a national security reporter. She actually does a good job. She went on Fox and she talked about, we don't know the condition of the airmen at this point. Play this clip.
We don't know the condition of the airmen at this point. I can tell you that the injuries are likely to be serious. We know that the pilot still remains in the region getting treatment. That suggests to me that the medical condition of the pilot is such that he cannot travel onto Landstuhl yet. Must be stabilized before you can do that. So this is still a very serious situation. A number of U.S. service members were injured during the rescue mission. We knew on Friday that 2 of the military helicopters were struck by enemy fire as part of that rescue mission. And then we know more details about the A-10 Warthog that crashed on Friday. That A-10 Warthog was providing suppressive fire and flying cover for the rescue operation as they were trying to find this. They were in a race against the clock to find this second airman who had ejected from the plane and was hiding in that ridgeline. But we know that A-10 Warthog crashed in Kuwait, and the pilot of that plane also had to eject and be rescued. But he is safe as well, I'm told. And good news tonight. But I think when all is said and done and we learn the details of this rescue mission, it really will be the stuff of Hollywood.
And here she talks about how until just moments ago when we began reporting this, not everyone was out safely. Here's what she says here. Play this clip.
Planes and rescue the crew member. But so this was a complex operation, I'm told, and until just moments ago when we began reporting this, not everyone was out safely. We've been following this afternoon, and we agreed to hold our reporting until everyone from the U.S. side was out of Iranian territory and safe.
And here's her recounting of what went down. And again, she, even though she's on state regime media, she's actually a good reporter. And she's actually been highly critical of Hegseth. Here's what she writes. We can confirm that the second crew member of the downed F-15E fighter jet has been rescued, and he and the members of the rescue team that extracted him from behind enemy lines in Iran are all safely out of Iran. That, according to 2 senior U.S. officials and multiple well-placed sources in the region. The weapons system officer ejected along with the pilot when their F-15E Strike Eagle they were flying was struck Thursday night, early Friday local time in southwest Iran. Here, pause there for a moment. One of the things we want to know is if Iran is using some new systems in order to shoot these planes out of the sky like Iran claims, or if they were able just to get lucky in hitting the plane. But they say they've got new systems that allow them to hit these F-15s easier. The WSO and the SERE, Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape Training to Evade capture hiding on an elevated, the WSO used, this crew member used survival, evasion, resistance, and escape training to evade capture hiding on an elevated ridge after hiking away from the wreckage and putting out an emergency beacon. U.S. Special Operations Rescue Forces, to include PJs, United States Air Force, pararescue men, and many layers of elite rescue forces, took part in the complex layered mission to both find the crew member and also keep the Iranian forces who were hunting the American weapons systems operator at bay. There are videos that have appeared from local eyewitnesses that show what appeared to have been injured and dead Iranian members of the IRGC and Basij who were looking for downed American crew members. Fox has also learned there was fighting on the ground, but no Americans were killed during this operation. It was a very complex operation to retrieve the downed service member. A well-placed source briefed on the operation told me many different branches of the U.S. military were involved in the rescue. Fox can confirm that an A-10 Warthog that crashed Friday was also involved in providing cover for the rescue team searching for the pilot. That A-10 crashed in Kuwait, but the A-10 pilot managed to eject safely and was rescued. There was destruction of the aircraft, which have sensitive equipment on board, I'm told, all part of this complex combat search and rescue mission. The F-15E was pretty much destroyed on impact. 2 rescue helicopters were hit by enemy fire on Friday, and crew members on board were injured by enemy fire, but managed to make it out of Iran. There was a lot of elements to this rescue, I am told. So that's what we have for you now. We'll keep you posted every step of the way here on the Midas Touch Network. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers.
What we got next? Hold on.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you're doing great wherever you're watching from. We have major news to announce. The missing crew member of the shot down F-15 has been found and rescued by American forces. The rescue operation to find this downed American weapons officer on the F-15 was brutally violent, deadly, and with complete, total, and overwhelming force. Both the pilot, who was rescued earlier, and the weapons officer are now under U.S. protection, getting medical treatment, and are safe, which is the most important thing of all. We have footage of what has happened, as well as the breaking news online that made the world find out what had occurred. I will tell you, there are videos circulating of the aftermath on the ground that are graphic, showing the brutal bloodshed of the bodies of the Iranians who tried to go toe-to-toe with American special operations. I will not be showing those due to YouTube restrictions, but we have other videos that you guys...
This might be the only delivery service that actually feels chef-made.
Hit the like button, y'all.
This is Cook Unity, and if you're someone that enjoys...
won't want to miss. So let's just get right into it right away. So the news was first broke by Jack Murphy, journalist over at the High Side and the Team House podcast, announcing on the night of April 4th, good news for once, the F-15 weapons officer recovered alive, was escaping and evading massive firefight on target. Iranians were actively looking for him. So Jack Murphy was the first one to break the news that the weapons officer on the F-15 had been found, was alive, and had been rescued, noting, and this is important because you're going to notice this in the videos, noting that a significant firefight had occurred on target. So, secondly, Aaron Loves America, great account, former Air Force rescue team member, firefight had occurred on target. So, secondly, noting that a significant firefight had occurred on target. So, secondly, Aaron Loves America, great account, former Air Force rescue team member, also announcing that this is what happened. Let's watch.
Waited till I could be sure, but I'm sure of it now. The F-15 weapons systems officer that was down in Iran has been returned to friendly control. In a joint operation, joint special operations, PJ is definitely on the ground and helping in the planning of this one. No one gets left behind. God bless America, that others may live.
So there we have Aaron's announcement. Again, former Air Force Rescue Unit member. You saw him probably on Fox News on Saturday breaking down the situation as well. Now, we have some footage here, and I'm going to tell you guys, I've never seen footage like this before. I don't know if this is a failed launch of an anti-aircraft system or if this is a flare that was deployed at incredibly low levels. If you guys know, please let me know in the comments below. Let's go ahead and watch. So we see a massive fireball here, huge explosion, epic explosion. Here it comes. And the impact right there.
Oh, wow. Wait a minute. Hi, Cameron.
So this footage, epic explosion. Here it comes. And the impact right there. So this footage is taken in Iran from the area where the rescue was impact right there. So this footage is
Hi,
taken
Esther.
in Iran from the area where the rescue operations were underway. We know that we have Air Force PJs, which are pararescue. You can bet your bank account, your house. They also had CCTs, combat controllers, and likely a Tier 1 force unit. That would be SEAL Team 6 or Delta Force. And this is legitimate combat footage that is playing out. Let's watch it again right here. Fire on the ground. Fireball coming down. And then making impact right there. This is video from the operation. Rescue down F-15. Again, I can't tell if that's flares or if it's some kind of misfire. All right, next up, we have footage here of, you can hear in this video, the sound of the helicopters, the U.S. helicopter forces moving in. That is the rescue team, which you are hearing on your screen right now. American Air Power, Air Force PJs, an assault element coming in to absolutely lay the smack down. I know you can't see it, but that is the sound of American choppers coming in to get our guy. And then right here,
Trump is
this
incompetent.
is footage
Lion.
of
Ooh.
people in Iran mobilizing, trying to get to the down pilot. As the U.S. extraction force got him out. And here's what I'll say here. Let me see. So you see this huge convoy. I'm not trying to be unprofessional. I'm not trying to be rude. How dumb of a human do you need to be when American operators are coming in, American PJs, Delta Force, SEAL Team 6, Rangers, Air Force CCT, AFSOC, Air Force Special Operations, whatever it could be, it's a joint operation. How dumb do you need to be to think getting in a convoy with all the air power that is up there is a good idea? This is an A-10 pilot's dream. Just line yourselves all up, threaten our man, and you will see how that ends for you. You will see what happens when the 130s open up on you. They are brutal, brutal aircraft designed to eliminate this. And like I said, there are videos out there. I'm not going to show them here on YouTube because I'm not allowed to, of the aftermath of this. And I'm telling you right now, the amount of bodies and the gruesome nature of those bodies.
This AI tool is better than 11 labs for one-time cost.
Now you can create
following the operation to rescue our guy is stunning to see. They're out there on the internet. You can find them yourself. And then right here, this is a photo that was taken of one of the helicopters as it was coming in for the rescue operation.
That's dark.
And then right here,
Hey, Reflections with
we got
Kimberly.
Shin. Shin is a great open source account saying great information about Iran, saying airstrikes, chopper activity, and lots of
Janet.
gunfire. That is all true. That was all underway. And then here we are from Ozen Technical, hearing about Iranian media reports. Says public relations is stating during the enemy's, they're saying the enemy is in the American military operation. That was started a few hours ago, which unfortunately resulted in the martyrdom and injury of a number of our fellow provincial residents. Accordingly, 24-hour pharmacies and some selected pharmacies will continue to operate, and all hospitals are opening. And then lastly, right here, we have news out of Fox News about the massive strike killing a bunch of Iranian military leaders. Let's watch.
Well, we start you with a new development, Tommy. The president is boasting another mass assassination of Iranian leaders who gathered together. The president posted on Truth Social.
We don't believe
many
that.
of Iran's leaders who have led them poorly and unwisely are terminated. He posted it with a video of an airstrike. It coincides with information from a Telegram channel that more than 50 senior Iranian officials were eliminated in a combined strike from Israeli
I
and
thought
U.S.
you killed
forces.
all the
Israel, it should be
officials
noted,
and
denies
leaders. Oh
participation
my
in this
God.
one. The search continues
Do they
for
have
weapon
9
systems.
lives or
there,
what?
the announcement that 50 Iranian military leaders.
Yeah, no, he done already killed all of them. I thought they. I know it's Easter, baby, but the only person that is gonna rise again is Christ. No, we're not doing that. he not rising again. I already said that you've taken them out. Hold on, let's get to the next one. No, that ain't how that work. You can't take them out 50 times. And no. I got that when Trump gets cut out. I think they had to negotiate.
Furious world leaders are done with Donald Trump. They are cutting deals behind his back.
Cutting deals.
For example, France, they were just able to send a container ship through the Strait of Hormuz. It appears they cut a deal with Iran. France blocked a United Nations resolution that would call for the invasion of the Strait of Hormuz. Also, French President Emmanuel Macron has denied Donald Trump use of French airspace and of any military base in France, joining Spain and Switzerland and Austria and Italy,
June
and many other
2024.
countries denying Donald Trump access to airspace and military bases
yes,
as
ma'am, he
Donald
sure
Trump
has
rants and
already.
raves like
I'm
a
so
lunatic.
sorry for your
Also,
loss. I am
Japan
just so
was
sorry.
able to send a ship as well through the Strait of Hormuz. We've been talking about this here, and the Midas Touch Network seems like Japan either cut a deal using Russia or Pakistan as an intermediary with Iran, or Prime Minister Takaishi of Japan cut that deal directly herself with Iran's President Pezeshkian or with other leadership in Iran.
Was
We're
found
seeing the
dead in a
Philippines
motel.
posting about their bilateral negotiations with Iran in order to access the Strait of Hormuz. We're seeing the Gulf Cooperation
What state was that in?
Council,
What city and state was that in?
who are very much embroiled in this war. They believe they were protected by Donald Trump and the United States security umbrella. All those quid pro quos, those pay-for-play schemes where they were funneling money to Donald Trump directly and Donald Trump's family in crypto or real estate endeavors or to Kushner's private equity fund or whatever. They've been making statements that have been a bit more conciliatory to Iran, signaling that they are getting prepared to enter bilateral negotiations with Iran. And then I'll talk about this in a little bit, but the United Kingdom, they've been organizing meetings with dozens and dozens of countries throughout the world to try to talk with one voice in order to open up bilateral relations, or in this case, relations generally with this group of countries and Iran so that everybody can negotiate with similar terms.
I totally empathize with you. Oh my God. I found out last Friday or Saturday from the funeral post. No one, police, or medical, just a post from June 2024. Wow. Of the state your cousin was in Georgia. Oh, wow. June 2024. My.
Iran controlling the Strait of Hormuz.
Condolences,
in essence, Iran has now been very much legitimized on the world stage. Iran has never been more popular, never been more needed, never been more involved in these types of communications with other world leaders, as the United States is this pariah state. I would say a North Korean-like regime, but I think that lots of countries view Kim Jong-un of North Korea as a far more rational actor than Donald Trump and this despicable Trump regime. Let me just go through the data points and the receipts with you piece by piece. I know you probably don't hear this anywhere else. It's certainly not on American media. If you put some of these pieces together in international media, you can put this puzzle together. But whether you like it or not, this is the truth. This is what's happening. It's why the Midas Touch Network has been ahead of all the other coverage out there.
To be in
Do me a favor, hit subscribe. Help us get to 7 million subscribers. We're so close. And please subscribe right now. You may think you're subscribed, but you may not actually be subscribed. So here's what we learned. A container ship signaling French ownership just exited the Strait of Hormuz. It appears to be the first known transit by a vessel linked to Western Europe since the war all but shuttered the vital waterway. Bloomberg's reporting. Iran has set up a toll system in the Strait of Hormuz, charging about $1 to $3 per gallon of oil, per barrel of oil rather. And then you have them working with Oman as well. Oman used to be the mediator between the U.S. and Iran, picked by the U.S., but U.S. betrayed that mediation and rushed to war after a deal was reached. U.S. and Netanyahu went it alone, didn't consult any other countries. So you have that happening. Now, there's kind of a cause and effect here. What was France doing behind the scenes? Well, in the United Nations Security Council, France worked very hard to block, as a permanent member, it has this ability to veto or block any resolution that would call for an invasion or a military force to control the Strait of Hormuz. And if you've been watching what French President Emmanuel Macron's been saying, he has not been taking crap for Donald Trump, and he's been calling Trump and the United States out. Macron's been in Seoul. He took a state visit to South Korea, and he said, let's be clear, France, South Korea, we should not be passive in this new disorder. We have to build a new order. Very strong words right there, elegant words. We should not be passive in this. Let's be clear, France, South Korea, we should not be passive in this new disorder. We have to build a new order. Very strong words right there, elegant words. We should not be passive in this new disorder, right? The Trump disorder out there. We, these countries that are like France and South Korea, they're not superpowers, but combined, they can flex like a superpower. He also says there is room. French President Emmanuel Macron says, that's what he just said in Seoul, South Korea. There is room, a space to build new cooperation between Korea and France in order to have such an agenda shared by Korea and France, and bringing with us other Europeans, Canada, Japan, India, Brazil, and Australia. You start having a sort of third way. Those who don't want to be dependent on China or aligned by definition with the United States. And he further elucidates on that, and I'll tie this all together in a moment too. He says, our objective is we must not be vassals to two dominant powers. We don't want to depend on the dominance of China, and we don't want to be too much exposed to the unpredictability of the U.S. Note the language that he uses. Like an actual diplomat, Macron's very careful with his words to signal not disrespect for China, recognizing China is the dominant player in the world right now, and that they're not the cause of disorder, that the United States is the cause of disorder and unpredictability, and it is for France to join forces with other Europeans, Canada, Japan, India, Brazil, Korea, Australia, and there could be this third way. We all join together and we work in an orderly way together. That's the best way we could be strong. I'll give a hat tip to Prime Minister Carney of Canada because he's been working very hard to unite. Remember, I've been talking about this Trans-Pacific trade deals and security arrangements with transatlantic trade deals and security arrangements, bringing it all together and really creating, I think the way I've described it was a connect the dots, where you connect all the dots and the U.S. is isolated, alone, stewing in the misery of Trumpian chaos.
All right, fellas, real talk. Spring cleaning
stewing
is
in
here,
the
and
lie.
before you pretend that your kitchen is fine, go look at the Pandy, exclad.com/Midas.
Macron also says in Seoul the following. He goes, look, let's be clear. He said, Iran's a bad regime. No discussion about that. I disagree with them on a lot of topics. Notice the language. It's a disagreement is how he frames it. But I don't believe that we will fix the situation just by bombings or military operations. Look at what happened with this type of operation in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya. We never delivered, never, even after 20 years. So you have to respect the sovereignty of people. If people want to change a regime, they want to react, step up, they can do so, is what he says. Moreover, French President Emmanuel Macron called out Donald Trump as well. He said, we must be serious. And when we are serious, we do not say the opposite of what we said the day before. Perhaps we should not speak every day, Donald. We should simply calm things down and build lasting peace. 6 months ago, we were told by the Americans that everything had been destroyed in Iran. Everything had been settled. Clearly, that was not the case. Without international inspectors verifying materials, research, and hidden sites, it is simply not serious. Then he goes on to say regarding the Strait of Hormuz, opening it by force, it's not the option we have chosen. We consider it unrealistic. A military operation to reopen it would take an infinite amount of time. It would expose forces to immense coastal and ballistic risks. From the beginning, we have said it must be reopened, but only in coordination with Iran. The world cannot live with a strait that can be opened or closed overnight. But notice the language he uses, cooperation with Iran. It's the same type of language that we're seeing out of the Philippines, where over here you have their foreign minister or their top person saying productive call today with Iran's foreign minister Araghchi. Building on recent talks, we reached a positive understanding on the safety of our seafarers and the security of our energy supply. Grateful for the warm spirit of cooperation. Warm spirit of cooperation. I mean, contrast that with Donald Trump continuing to attack NATO, to threaten Greenland, to threaten Canada. So much so that Kirill Dmitriev, Putin's top guy, top envoy, sovereign wealth fund guy who hangs out with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, he's been posting, goodbye NATO, see you later. I'll point this out as well quickly. French General Mikhail Yakovlev mocked the Trump administration's plan to build a runway inside Iran to extract uranium and fly it out, calling it unrealistic. American officials should stop snorting cocaine between one meeting and the next, this French general wrote. Remember I talked about Japan as well? Look, even in the South China Morning Post, an outlet of the CCP, they're out there also acknowledging that Japan has been cutting deals directly with Iran. It talks about how in addition to the French container ship, a Japanese-owned tanker crossed the Strait of Hormuz as well. Japan's Mitsui OSK Lines confirmed on Friday that liquefied natural gas tanker it part owns also crossed another first. And you can see how methodical Iran is being with it. Iran realizes that Japan's getting very low on LNG, and it needed that to survive. And so Iran's not letting too much through. It's very meticulously letting just enough LNG to keep Japan around to negotiate bilaterally. It's like Donald Trump rants
Yeah,
and
I
raves like
hate
a
to
lunatic
tell
every
you,
day.
y'all,
No
that they
plan.
saying that that's not true, that he has not been rescued. I don't know. A helicopter went down, 2 helicopters went down, and 2 fighter jets. They are claiming they have a pilot has been captured. We never know because Trump lies.
And it's whatever Donald Trump. It's why he's bankrupted so many things. He's bankrupted this casino, that company, this casino again, right? If there was a Guinness Book of World Records for bankruptcies, in my opinion, he'd basically be leading that. And you see why. You see his pathology. You see his disastrous decision-making, right before our eyes. I mean, he's making posts like this one day. The next day, he's asking for help. NATO, help us. The other day, he's saying, all those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the U.S. We have plenty. Number two, build up some delayed courage and just take it. Go to the Strait and take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil, DJT.
I hope he's surrendering
yesterday.
for the sake of the guy.
Right? Now, the Gulf Council, the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, their Secretary General, look at the tone that they're using. The council desires to establish normal relations with Iran and reserve all security issues transparently. Gulf countries will take all measures to protect their sovereignty and the safety of their territories. Now, in addition, Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of UK, says that the UK will convene Alex Wickman writes, 35 countries to discuss the diplomatic and political measures needed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and UK military planners will meet as well. The unspoken implication of the focus on diplomacy is that if and when Trump walks away without reopening the Strait of Hormuz and without a deal with Iran, then Tehran holds the cards and will be able to negotiate terms with Western and Gulf countries. Many would conclude that scenario would leave Iran in many ways in a stronger international position than before Trump's war, a remarkable outcome. So what the UK was trying to do at least to say, let's all agree what our terms are going to.
I don't know, because 2 helicopters went down and 2 jets. So this is what happens when people lie. Okay, so the fighter jets. Okay, let me hear, because I'm hearing the lie. We've heard the lie. Let's hear from the other side, because he lies so much. And what about the helicopter that went down? Hold on.
What if what Iran is claiming right now is true, the balance of air power in the Middle East may have just shifted in a way military planners have feared for years. Iran says it has captured an Israeli F-35 pilot after a mid-air dogfight over contested airspace. And the two conflicting accounts of what actually happened in that sky are so different. One of them has to be a lie. Tonight, we are going to break down exactly how this aerial engagement unfolded and what weapons systems were involved, what Israeli defensive... If what Iran is claiming right now is true, the balance of air power in the Middle East may have just shifted in a way military planners have feared for years. Iran says it has captured an Israeli F-35 pilot after a mid-air dogfight over contested airspace. And the two conflicting accounts of what actually happened in that sky are so different. One of them has
one
to be
was
a lie.
rescued the
Tonight,
other day.
we are going to break down exactly how
Okay,
this
so
aerial
one was
engagement
rescued
unfolded
the
and
first
what
day.
weapons...
One was hiding, because what I've been hearing all day is that one was still hiding. But if y'all remember yesterday, they had this guy, and I deleted it. Yeah, I remember they had this guy, and they were walking him. I deleted the whole thing. Let's see if I still have it, to clear up space. Yeah, I deleted it. Yeah, I deleted it. So it's like, and then you remember the little Lego things, they was running behind the guy. They was showing what was actually happening because Trump be lying. So this guy, they had him. Now, I know that they rescued, I think, the helicopter guys. They yeah, I've been hearing something different. But let's play this.
If what Iran is claiming right now is true, the balance of air power in the Middle East may have just shifted in a way military planners have feared for years. Iran says it has captured an Israeli F-35 pilot after a mid-air dogfight over contested airspace. And
what about the two helicopters that went down?
What happened in that sky are so different. One of them has to be a lie.
Has to be a lie.
We are going to break down exactly how this aerial engagement unfolded and what weapons systems were involved, what Israeli defense officials are quietly signaling behind closed doors about the fate of their most advanced aircraft, and the one piece of radar and satellite data that neither side has fully released, but that could determine which signaling behind, and what weapons systems were involved, what Israeli defense officials are quietly signaling behind closed doors about the fate of their most advanced aircraft, and the one piece of radar and satellite data that neither side has fully released, but that could determine which version of this story holds. According to Iranian state television, live footage of a captured pilot was broadcast within hours of the incident, while the Israel Defense Forces issued a brief, carefully worded statement later in the day, and those two accounts do not match. The gap between them is the story. Before we get into how this dogfight unfolded,
you can even see the dog type thing back here. So hold up, because in all fairness, I think those were the emblems on that guy yesterday. I hate that I dropped that other one, but hold on. I think those were the emblems, patches on that guy. Let me see. Oh, maybe I can pull it up here. Yeah. They did rescue the guy on the helicopter. But yeah, Trump lies. You know. Let me see if I can pull it up. Oh. Don't get sleepy now, child. I hope I didn't delete it altogether. Okay, so now I won't be able to see because now this guy, once he take off all, hold on, I'm gonna let y'all look. I'm trying to see something. Hold on. I think Trump lying. I think Trump lying because he know he in a bunch of trouble. He in a bunch of trouble. I'm gonna show y'all what I'm looking at. Okay, so ouch, ouch. I'm on my own. Ouch. I need to put that pillow. Oh. Okay, so look, y'all. He got this jacket thing on, right? Hold on. He got this jacket thing on, and with his parachute gear and all that type of stuff. But once you take that off, right? Let's just imagine that they take that off. You see up under there that black t-shirt? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Up under, if you take all this parachute, all this gear, this jacket off, he has a black t-shirt on. This guy right here, out of that gear, there go a black t-shirt. If we look at his hairline, okay, so this is his face. Right there, it look like there's just a some right there. That hairline. That man has been captured. I mean, I know this is his face, but it looked like, yeah. And it's the t-shirt. Since his face is covered, this guy has on a black t-shirt up under his gear. And so does this guy. Not necessarily because, and I'm gonna say not necessarily because his head is forward and it's covered. So we don't know if his hairline is covered. Yeah, there's no way to know by the hairline. You know, over this ear, it looks like his hair is short. Over his ear, it looks like his hair is short. But if he had bangs hanging down, you wouldn't be able to see that if they've covered his face. Mm-mm. Yeah, no. There's no way you can see the hairline, and this is covered here down. You don't know with them covering it if it remove the bangs. Because without those bangs, that is definitely the same hairline. As far as what I'm seeing right here on my end. But I don't know. I'm leaning toward Trump is lying. But let's keep listening. And I hate to say that, but I don't believe Trump. Oh, there go another. Oh, I'm sorry. The volume is off.
Assured pilot was broadcast within hours of the incident, while the Israel Defense Forces issued a brief, carefully worded statement later in the day, and those two accounts do not match. The gap between them is the story. Before we get into how this dogfight unfolded, what Iran claims it achieved, and what Israel's official statement actually reveals, hit subscribe so you're notified the moment we update this story. According to Iranian state media, this was not a random encounter in contested skies. It was a coordinated interception operation designed to challenge Israel's most advanced stealth capabilities in real time. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claims that its air defense network detected an incoming Israeli F-35 entering airspace near western Iran, triggering what they describe as a layered response involving radar tracking, electronic warfare interference, and the deployment of interceptor aircraft. Iranian defense officials stated that their system successfully disrupted the stealth profile of the aircraft, forcing it into a vulnerable western Iran, triggering what they describe as a layered response involving radar tracking, electronic warfare interference, and the deployment of interceptor aircraft. Iranian defense officials stated that their system successfully disrupted the stealth profile of the aircraft, forcing it into a vulnerable engagement envelope. According to a statement broadcast by Iranian state television, Iranian fighter jets engaged the F-35 in what they described as a short but decisive aerial confrontation, during which the Israeli aircraft was reportedly damaged and forced to descend. Iranian sources claim the pilot ejected and was subsequently captured by ground forces shortly after landing. They go further. Iranian military spokesmen claim that this marks the first time in history that an F-35, widely considered one of the most advanced stealth fighters ever built, has been not only engaged successfully but neutralized and its pilot taken alive by an adversary. The justification, according to Iranian officials, was direct and political. They described the incident as a defensive response to repeated Israeli incursions into Iranian and allied airspace, framing the operation as a message that Iranian air defenses are no longer passive and that any violation will now carry immediate consequences. Iranian state television amplified this message dramatically, repeatedly airing what it claimed was footage of the captured pilot alongside graphics showing the interception path and simulated radar tracking. Commentators on state channels described the event as a strategic breakthrough and a turning point in regional deterrence. The symbolic meaning, as presented by Iranian media, is unmistakable. This is not just about one aircraft or one pilot. According to their narrative, this is proof that Western stealth technology can be countered and that Iran has crossed a threshold from defense to dominance in contested airspace. If that claim holds, even partially, it would represent a profound shift in how air power is calculated across the region, and it would force military planners in Washington, Tel Aviv, and beyond to reassess assumptions that have held for over a decade. The importance of the F-35 in Israel's military doctrine cannot be overstated. This is not just another fighter jet, it is the backbone of Israel's long-range strike capability and its most advanced tool for penetrating heavily defended airspace. Stationed across multiple Israeli air bases, including Nevatim Air Base, according to defense analysts at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, the F-35 fleet is designed to operate deep inside contested regions without detection. Its stealth profile, sensor fusion, and electronic warfare capabilities allow it to gather intelligence, strike targets, and exit before adversaries can respond. The airspace where this incident reportedly occurred is equally critical. Western Iran and adjacent regions have long been identified by military analysts as one of the most heavily monitored and defended zones in the Middle East, hosting layered radar systems, missile batteries, and rapid response interception units. According to analysts at the Institute for the Study of War, this region represents a key buffer zone, a space where Israel has historically conducted covert surveillance and limited strikes, and where Iran has steadily expanded its defensive capabilities in anticipation of exactly this kind of confrontation. What makes this alleged engagement so significant is not just the aircraft involved, but what it implies about detection and tracking. If Iranian systems were able to identify, track, and engage an F-35 in real combat conditions, it raises immediate questions about the survivability of of stealth platforms in future conflicts. Military analysts have warned for years that Iran's air defense network would be Israel's first priority in any serious escalation, and now that prediction is being tested in real time. But what the Israeli military said in response, and crucially what they didn't say immediately, became the second story. Before we get into the Israeli response, which directly contradicts the Iranian narrative in at least 3 specific ways, make sure you're subscribed. We are updating this story in real time, and the details coming out of the region in the next few hours may change everything we think we know about what happened. Then Israel's defense establishment began to respond, and the language they chose was very deliberate. In an initial statement, an Israel Defense Forces spokesperson acknowledged what they described as operational activity in the region, but stopped short of confirming any aircraft loss. According to Israeli officials speaking to international media outlets, including Reuters and the Times of Israel, there was no confirmation that an F-35 had been shot down or that any pilot had been captured. Where Iran described a successful interception and capture, Israeli officials described what they called a routine mission encountering hostile conditions, emphasizing that all aircraft involved were either accounted for or under review. Where Iranian state media showed what it claimed was footage of a captured pilot, Israeli sources suggested that such footage could be fabricated or misattributed, noting that no verified identification had been confirmed through official military channels. A senior Israeli defense official speaking anonymously, according to multiple international reports, stated that Israel maintains full operational readiness and continuity, a phrase analysts noted carefully avoids addressing whether an incident occurred at all. What the Israeli government did not address, and what military analysts immediately noticed, was the absence of a categorical denial. There was no explicit statement confirming that all F-35 aircraft had returned safely, nor any direct rebuttal of the capture claim. This stark difference between the two narratives immediately sparked debate across every major intelligence community in the world, and it raises a question that cannot yet be answered. Who is telling the truth, and why? Military analysts immediately began assessing what this could mean, not just as an isolated incident, but as a signal of broader shifts in capability and intent. According to analysts at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, if Iran's claims are even partially accurate, it suggests a level of radar integration and electronic warfare capability that would significantly alter the risk calculations for any future Israeli or American air operations in the region. Former NATO commanders, speaking to international broadcasters, emphasized that even the perception of a downed F-35 could have strategic consequences, emboldening adversaries, and complicating alliance planning. This event sits at a critical point on the escalation ladder. In the past decade, confrontations between Israel and Iran have largely remained indirect, conducted through proxies, cyber operations, and limited strikes. A direct aerial engagement involving a flagship platform like the F-35 represents a visible step closer to overt conflict. 3 potential paths now emerge. The containment path would involve both sides quietly de-escalating, with Israel avoiding public acknowledgement and Iran limiting further exposure of its claims, allowing the incident to fade without triggering broader retaliation. The escalating on path would see retaliatory actions, potentially Israeli strikes on Iranian air defense systems or infrastructure, leading to a cycle of direct confrontation that could draw in regional and global powers. The diplomatic off-ramp, according to officials at the United Nations cited by international media, would involve back-channel communications aimed at preventing further incidents, with third-party mediators working to stabilize the situation before it spirals. The economic implications are already being felt. Oil markets, according to early trading data reported by Bloomberg, showed signs of volatility as traders reacted to the possibility of increased regional instability. Key shipping routes and energy infrastructure remain under close watch. Why are the narratives so different? Because each serves a strategic purpose. Iran benefits from demonstrating strength and deterrence, projecting an image of technological parity or superiority. Israel benefits from ambiguity, preserving deterrence by not confirming vulnerabilities. What is clear is that both sides are shaping the story as carefully as they shape the battlefield, and the world watches closely as external powers, including the United States, Russia, and China assess not just what happened, but how to respond without triggering a wider conflict. Whether escalation accelerates or diplomacy contains the situation remains at this hour deeply uncertain. Iran claims it has captured an Israeli F-35 pilot after a successful aerial engagement. Israel insists there is no confirmed loss and no verified capture. Between those two contradictions lies a military reality that neither side has fully disclosed and may not disclose for days. What happens in the next 48 to 72 hours will determine whether this moment is remembered as a contained incident or as the opening move in a far more dangerous phase of confrontation. The signal to watch is this: verified satellite to 72 hours will determine whether this moment is remembered. Between those two contradictions lies a military reality that neither side has fully disclosed and may not disclose for days. What happens in the next 48 to 72 hours will determine whether this moment is remembered as a contained incident or as the opening move in a far more dangerous phase of confrontation. The signal to watch is this: verified satellite imagery or third-party confirmation. If independent sources confirm debris, crash sites, or personnel recovery, it would validate key elements of Iran's claim. If no such evidence emerges, and Israel maintains operational silence while continuing missions, it may suggest a very different reality. Military analysts, intelligence agencies, and governments around the world are now watching for that signal because it will shape not just the narrative, but the next decision. Stay subscribed. We are tracking every development as it breaks, and this story is far from over.
Wow, hold on.
Yesterday, Lebanese resistance forces released video footage of a precision strike that targeted two of the most sensitive installations in the entire Israeli security apparatus, the Israeli Ministry of Defense and an adjacent intelligence hub, both located in the occupied Jaffa region. Within hours of that strike, Iranian missiles landed on a strategic facility that we now know was a primary site for Israeli drone development and manufacturing. Hours of that strike, Iranian missiles landed on a strategic facility that we now know was a primary site for Israeli drone development and manufacturing. And let me be direct about what this represents, because I think Western media is deliberately avoiding the implications.
Right, Joe.
This analysis presents one perspective on these rapidly developing events, and I encourage viewers to consult multiple sources and form their own informed judgments. But what we are witnessing is not merely tactical success. We are watching the systematic degradation of critical Israeli military and intelligence infrastructure by forces that were repeatedly described by American and Israeli officials as having been neutralized weeks ago. The coordination between Iran and Hezbollah in these operations demonstrates a level of strategic integration that directly contradicts everything we have been told about the supposedly disjointed and weakened state of the resistance axis. Let me walk you through what actually happened and why these particular targets matter so much, because the details reveal the sophistication of the operational planning involved. The Lebanese resistance strike on the Ministry of Defense and Intelligence complex in the Jaffa area was not a random attack. These facilities represent core nodes in the Israeli command and surveillance architecture. The Ministry of Defense coordinates military operations across all fronts and houses the senior leadership responsible for prosecuting this war. The adjacent intelligence hub processes information from surveillance networks, manages agent networks, and provides the analytical foundation for military decision-making. Striking both facilities simultaneously with precision sends a clear message that the most protected installations inside Israel are not beyond reach. The footage released shows multiple impacts, and what is remarkable is not just that these missiles reached their targets, but that they reached them despite what we have been told about the supposedly impenetrable Israeli air defense systems. Now, here is where it gets particularly interesting from a military analysis perspective. In the footage of recent engagements, and I want you to pay close attention to this because it reveals something fundamental about the current state of Israeli air defenses, we can observe Israeli interceptors attempting to engage incoming Iranian missiles. Watch the footage carefully. Count the number of interceptors being launched against what appears to be a single incoming projectile. The disparity is staggering. Multiple interceptors are being fired in desperate attempts to bring down individual missiles, and they are failing. This is exactly the opposite of what effective missile defense is supposed to look like. An efficient system engages threats with one or at most two interceptors per target, maintaining reserve capacity for subsequent waves. What we are seeing instead is a system that is saturated, depleting its interceptor inventory at an unsustainable rate, while still failing to prevent significant numbers of missiles from reaching their targets. This directly contradicts everything the Trump administration has been saying about Iranian capabilities being destroyed. If Iranian military assets had truly been eliminated as claimed, we would not be seeing sustained, precise, effective strikes on high-value Israeli targets day after day. The Iranian strike on the drone development facility deserves particular attention because it illustrates the precision of Iranian targeting intelligence and the strategic logic guiding target selection. This was not a random industrial site. This was a location where Israel develops and manufactures unmanned aerial systems that are central to its military operations across multiple theaters. The destruction visible in the aftermath footage shows extensive damage to infrastructure that will take months, if not years, to rebuild, and will immediately impact Israeli operational capabilities. The Israelis have been using drones extensively for surveillance, targeted strikes, and battle damage assessment across Gaza, Lebanon, and now defensive operations against Iranian missile attacks. Degrading their ability to produce and maintain these systems creates cascading effects throughout their entire military operational concept. This is what sophisticated targeting looks like. You do not just strike random targets, you identify critical nodes in the adversary's system and methodically destroy them. Those of you who have been following this situation closely will notice a pattern emerging in these operations. The resistance axis is not engaging in indiscriminate attacks. They are conducting a systematic campaign against specific categories of Israeli capabilities: air bases, command facilities, intelligence infrastructure, drone production, air defense installations. Each category represents a critical requirement for Israeli military operations, and each successful strike degrades capabilities that cannot be quickly reconstituted. This is a campaign designed for cumulative effect, building pressure over time while the Israelis expend resources at rates their small economy and limited manpower cannot sustain. The contrast with Israeli and American operations, which appear increasingly focused on civilian infrastructure and populated areas, could not be more stark. When you cannot hit military targets effectively, you hit whatever you can reach, and that tells its own story about who is actually succeeding and who is failing in this conflict. Now let me address the F-15 shoot-down and the broader question of American aircraft losses, because there have been significant developments in the past 24 hours. Additional footage has emerged of Iranian air defense systems engaging and destroying American aircraft, including MQ-9 Reaper drones that the United States has been deploying extensively in this conflict. And here is something that I find particularly noteworthy from an analytical perspective. Iran has reportedly captured at least one American-made Lucas drone, which is essentially an American copy of the Iranian Shahed system. Think about what that means for a moment. The United States, which maintains the largest military budget in human history, which spends more on defense than the next 10 countries combined, is copying Iranian drone technology. This reality fundamentally challenges the narrative that has been constructed about technological superiority determining outcomes in modern warfare. The Iranians have demonstrated through decades of indigenous development under comprehensive sanctions that effective military systems can be developed outside the Western technological ecosystem. And those systems, as we are now seeing, perform effectively against the most advanced platforms the United States possesses. The implications of the ongoing aircraft losses extend far beyond the immediate tactical level and touch on fundamental questions about the viability of American power projection in this conflict. Each aircraft lost represents not just a financial cost, though the financial cost is substantial, but a degradation of operational capability that cannot be quickly replaced. The MQ-9 Reaper, for example, is a sophisticated platform that requires extensive training to operate effectively and represents years of investment in development and production. When these assets are lost in significant numbers, the entire operational concept that depends on them begins to degrade. Surveillance coverage diminishes, strike capacity decreases, battle damage assessment becomes more difficult, command and control suffers from reduced information flow. These are the compounding effects of sustained attrition, and they are exactly what the Iranian military strategy has been designed to achieve. The coordination between Iranian strikes and Lebanese resistance operations that we have observed in recent days represents something that Western military planners clearly did not anticipate at this level of effectiveness. These are not independent actors occasionally aligning their activities. This is an integrated operational campaign with shared targeting, intelligence, coordinated timing, and complementary capabilities. When Iran strikes Israeli air bases and command facilities, it degrades the capacity to respond to Hezbollah operations. When Hezbollah strikes intelligence facilities and military infrastructure in the north, it diverts Israeli attention and resources from defending against Iranian strikes. This mutually reinforcing dynamic creates a cumulative pressure that is greater than the sum of its parts, and it explains why Israeli officials have begun publicly acknowledging that their military faces serious challenges in sustaining current operations. Ask yourself this question, because I think it cuts to the heart of what we are witnessing. If the American and Israeli narrative were accurate, if Iranian capabilities had truly been largely destroyed, if the resistance axis were truly degraded to the point of ineffectiveness, why would the United States be requesting 48-hour ceasefires through intermediaries? Why would Israeli officials be extending reserve duty periods and warning about the sustainability of their military? Why would Iranian missiles be reaching the Ministry of Defense and Intelligence headquarters in the heart of occupied territory? The observable reality, documented in footage from multiple sources, directly contradicts the official narrative being promoted through Western media channels. And as this gap between narrative and reality grows wider, the credibility costs for those promoting the narrative grow correspondingly larger. The strategic implications of what we are seeing extend far beyond this immediate conflict and touch on fundamental questions about the future of military power in the 21st century. The United States has built its entire global military posture around the assumption that technological superiority, air dominance, and overwhelming firepower would enable it to defeat any adversary anywhere in the world. What Iran has demonstrated through sustained and effective operations against American and Israeli forces is that determined adversaries with indigenous capabilities developed over decades cannot simply be bombed into submission. Air defense systems continue to function despite claims of their destruction. Missile production continues despite targeting of known facilities. Command and control continues despite elimination of senior leadership. Society continues to function despite extensive bombardment of civilian infrastructure. This resilience was not achieved accidentally. It was deliberately constructed over 45 years of preparation for exactly this kind of confrontation. The developments we have analyzed today suggest we are witnessing a fundamental shift in the regional military balance, one that will have implications far beyond this immediate conflict. The precision strikes on the Israeli Ministry of Defense and Intelligence facilities, the continued degradation of Israeli air defenses, the sustained American aircraft losses, the capture of American drone technology, all of these data points converge on a single conclusion. The assumptions upon which this war was launched have proven wrong, and the consequences of that error are now being paid in destroyed equipment, lost personnel, and eroding strategic position. The footage we have examined today will be studied by military analysts for decades as evidence of how technologically sophisticated forces can be challenged by adversaries who understand their vulnerabilities and have developed targeted capabilities to exploit them. And I will continue to monitor this situation closely because the trajectory we are on raises profound questions about the limits of military power, the sustainability of prolonged conflict, and what kind of regional order will emerge when the current confrontation finally concludes.
Yeah, he is. Hold on. Israel. Former pilots say down U.S. airmen in Iran made contact. He made contact.
Matthew, I want to start with you, given your pilot experience. Every pilot has been through what we call SEER training: survive, evade, resist, escape. The pilot has been missing now for nearly 20 hours. What is he trained to do right now in these first hours after being shot down?
Elizabeth, well, it could be he or she. So right now they are going through all of their training, as you alluded to: survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. Since it is night, they're probably trying to hold up somewhere and stay safe. I do have it on pretty good authority that
y'all
they
hit
are
the
in
like
comms,
button
with the WIZO, the weapons system operator, or the backseater, and that's a good sign. So having comms, first of all, means that they are alive and they're not captured. Not captured because there are, and I'm not going to get into the secret squirrel stuff of how we can authenticate a down pilot, but we can, there are ways to know whether or not we're talking to that individual or not. So the next 12 hours, 12 to 24 hours are going to be absolutely critical. Real quick, Elizabeth, though, 13,000 combat sorties in 30 days. That's a 99.98% effective rate. That's pretty tight, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is. But I want to make sure, because this is pretty significant, your sources are telling you that there is communication established with the airmen that would indicate he is in fact alive.
Affirm. Those are my sources, and I trust them with my life. So hopefully we're going to hear some good news in the near immediate future.
Brian, all pilots and know that the United States will come. The U.S. military will do everything humanly possible to rescue you.
The normal U.S. military.
Right. Before any aircrew takes off, this is part of planning. This is part of this is normal stuff. They're issued what's called special purpose instructions, where there's all kinds of nuanced instructions. And I don't want to get into too much detail for operational security purposes, but there are all kinds of technical and non-technical things that are conveyed to the pilots for this eventuality, for this exact circumstance, as to what to do in the event of a catastrophic event like an ejection. It doesn't have to necessarily be shot down. Just by the mere fact that they bailed out in enemy territory behind enemy lines, when that happens, it triggers a response that's extremely hard to understand unless you've kind of seen it happen, where assets, large assets, and lots of them are put into play immediately, and all resources are brought to bear from a very tactical perspective, meaning Air Force PJ guys and CSAR guys go run into their birds and they start heading their way, heading the way of the incident, to people from the intelligence community, which is where I come from, where we start energizing our networks on the ground to see if maybe we can make contact in the vicinity of where the isolated person or the down pilot would be.
And we know that each crew, each day, is given a specific code that is changed every day, so that this isn't somebody, to Matthew's point, this isn't somebody who has the airman's radio and is saying, "Come rescue me." This crewman would be given specific information and a specific daily code to relate that would identify him.
Exactly right. There's a number of different ways that this happens. We use numbers, we use words, there's different kinds of ways to talk in the open. We need to understand that while our forces are in good comms with the WIZO,
right,
the enemy's looking for him too. She or he is being actively pursued. They have excellent electronic warfare capability. They have excellent eavesdropping capability. This is their turf. This is their electronic battle space that they dominate. So these comms are very sensitive, and the way the communication has to happen has to be assumed people are listening. So when we do these things, lots of care must be taken to preserve the safety and the life of this downed airman who's on the run. It's important to understand they're not hiding under a tree waiting for a helicopter. They are taking a very active role in their survival, executing all kinds of tactics, techniques, and procedures to stay alive.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
I need for y'all to hit the like button. U.S. rescue mission pilot. Yeah, they lying now. What did I see? Yeah, I'm still looking for what I'm looking for, waiting on y'all to get the likes up. Let me, where is it? Talking even. I can't even remember where I saw him going to the, being rushed to the,
We're here because Gaza still needs your support.
Headlines fade, and the
Army general, but he was formerly a senior aide.
Is our bone-spurred commander-in-chief and his secretary of war crimes waging their own war of racism, sexism, and retribution against our own generals?
No.
Of course they are, and I have all the deplorable details and reactions for you next. Let's begin this report with some context. Then I'll share those who are destroying Trump and Hegseth over their gross dereliction of duty.
So we have two outsiders.
This is not what I'm looking for.
From Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, he has asked Army Chief of Staff General Randy George to leave his post.
Could this be the beginning of the dissent by top military officials against Pete Hegseth and the Trump regime that you and I we all have been waiting for? I know you've been asking, when are our top generals and admirals, when are they going to stand up to the Trump regime and say enough is enough? We're not following your unlawful orders. We're not going down this path of destroying the United States of America. Well, an act of dissent, coded as it may be by a source that may not be expected, just took place. The Joint Chiefs of Staff, through their official social media account, sent a coded message striking back at Pete Hegseth and the Trump regime after Hegseth precipitously fired the Chief of Staff of the Army, 4-star General Randy George.
And the chaplain.
General Randy George was widely respected. I mean, he was the top guy, the top person in the Army. That's what the Chief of Staff position is, a 4-star general. And Pete Hegseth, in the middle of this catastrophic war against Iran, fired General Randy George. And this firing deserves more attention as well, because General Randy George was one of the best tacticians, one of the best students of the tactics that were being used in Ukraine in order to stop Russia's invasion, and he was trying to integrate that into the Army. He played a pivotal role himself previously being on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And just so you all know, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, by statute, it is the principal advisory body to the President, the Secretary of Defense, and the National Security Council. And since Pete Hegseth has been confirmed as the Secretary of Defense and runs around calling himself the Secretary of War, we've already seen the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Charles C.Q. Brown Jr., was fired. We saw the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Lisa Franchetti, was fired. We saw the Vice Chief of Staff of the Air Force, General James Slife, fired. And now we've seen General Randy George. Hegseth and Trump have gutted the Joint Chiefs. Now, the Joint Chiefs have put out the following statement, and I said you have to understand military language and military code to see what's going on here, right? So Pete Hegseth, he fires General Randy George. A lot of the reporting is that General Randy George would not remove from a promotion list individuals who were well qualified to get promoted to high-level positions in the United States Army, where Hegseth and people close to Hegseth didn't want them to be part of the Army because they were either black or they were women, and Hegseth didn't want that. That's what a lot of the reporting says. We haven't really seen denials of that from Hegseth, but we know that that is something, in my opinion, giving you my opinion, of course, unprotected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, that we've seen with Hegseth over and over again. In addition, Hegseth is deeply paranoid right now as this catastrophic war in Iran is spiraling out of control. Hegseth believes that this guy Driscoll, Army Secretary Dan Driscoll, who's close to J.D. Vance and who was also close to General Randy George, is trying to get his job. And Hegseth apparently is just foaming at the mouth and, is just going down this crazy path. So here's the statement of the Joint Staff. Let me read it for you. Let's go through the coded language right here of the message they're sending. So Hegseth fires Randy George, forces him to retirement. The Joint Staff, which is the official account for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, they put out the following message. On behalf of the Joint Force and the Joint Chiefs, we extend our deepest gratitude to Chief of Staff of the Army, General Randy George, for his decades of steadfast service to our nation. Since 1988, General George and his family have consistently answered the nation's call with honor and dedication. We are profoundly thankful to General George and his wife Patty for their many years of sacrifice and devotion to those who serve. As they graduate from this distinguished chapter of service and look forward to the future, we wish them both continued happiness and success in all that lies ahead. Now, Hegseth wanted this to be a humiliation ritual, a walk of shame, if you will. Wanted to completely and utterly humiliate General Randy George. And the Joint Staff had his back right away and talked about how thankful they are and what real service looks like. The coded language right here is that the clown, Pete Hegseth, who did this, does not exemplify those values right here. And we're hearing from a lot of former military leaders and others who are commenting on what just happened. Former retired General Barry McCaffrey writes, General George is a superb combat battlefield commander, integrity, courage, experience, takes care of soldiers, solid judgment, modest, and principled. D.C. Gomez writes, as someone who gave 28 years of my life to the government protecting the U.S., Nothing pisses me off more than the way this administration treats career professional military and veterans. Nick Bryan writes, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs is throwing some shade at Hegseth. Don't be fooled by the Raising Cane call sign. Kane is not a MAGA hothead that he is often mistakenly portrayed to be. More on that in a second. Craig Beam writes, Secretary of Defense has lost any support from the chain of command. It will get worse before it gets better, and may God protect our service members in peril. May God protect our service members in peril. Whether you believe in God or whether you're religious or not, you can just say, may our service members be protected who have been placed in peril right now. Because there's a catastrophic war taking place right now, and the head of the United States Army was just fired. And a lot of the reporting is because that there was an effort to inject more racism into the Army, and that general would not stand for it. Don't let the title fool you. When you're the Chief of Staff of the Army, that means you're the top position of the entire United States Army. Top Army officer, 4-star general, you don't get higher than this position. And to fire your top Army officer in the middle of this war is absolutely insane. I mean, it was absolutely insane also that the Trump regime fired via a social media post last year Chief of Staff, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, C.Q. Brown, and they replaced him with Air Force Lieutenant General Dan Raising Cane. And because of Lieutenant General Dan Raising Cane not having necessarily the appropriate qualifications, he basically had to get a waiver. Now, lots of people still say that Raising Cane, as that comment pointed out, is not supportive of a lot of the things that are happening and is looking at Hegseth like he is a clown. But Raising Cane is, still Donald Trump's pick right there. I want to share this with you because I think this doesn't get enough attention. Who is General Randy A. George, who was just fired? Let's talk about, I gave you his background right there when I read what the Joint Chiefs does. But I want to share this with you, and please watch through the end of this, because again, you're not getting this on any other network or anywhere else. I want to show you a speech from 2023 that General Randy George, who's now been fired, gives, because he gives a roadmap right here about the types of things that would be important in Donald Trump's war in Iran. Right? This is a catastrophic war. It's an unlawful war. It shouldn't be brought in the first place. And we can all discuss whether the orders should have been carried out to begin with regarding this unlawful war. My own view is that they shouldn't. If it's an unlawful war, unlawful order shouldn't be followed. I would like to say set that aside, but I know we can't set that aside. What I'm simply trying to state is we're in this war right now, right? And we would still want the most qualified people to be overseeing and protecting our soldiers, right? And the competent, qualified people. This guy, General Randy A. George, this 4-star general, the top guy in the Army, he was that guy. And what we've seen is Hegseth and the Trump regime have gotten rid of 22 to 26 of the top military leaders, the biggest purge in history right now, and they've gotten rid of a ton of them in the past 48 hours and throughout the past 14 months. And these are the best tacticians, the best. So let me share with you this. I'm only going to show you about 5 minutes of it, but you're going to want to watch the whole thing. Please watch this whole thing, because you'll be like, that's the guy. Like, what a clown Hegseth is. I'm not even going to show Hegseth clips because it'll annoy us. But I want to show you what a real competent leader in the military sounds like. This is General Randy A. George speaking in 2023 at the Midas Touch Network. We dug up this footage here. Play this clip.
So I'm going to be very straightforward with you all today. We're doing a lot of things really well, and we've got some work to do. And my goal is for all of you to understand your part. First, I am proud of our Army. Recently, I visited several of our Army formations. In Germany, I saw 2nd Cavalry Regiment, who are clearly focused on building their warfighting skills and innovating to stay ahead of the threat. Instead of a fixed tactical operations center, the 2nd Cav Regiment commander commands and controls his formations from 5 strikers that are physically dispersed, yet digitally connected across the battlefield. That commander understands the challenges of large-scale combat operations and is adapting in real time to be more mobile, low signature, and lethal. And more recently, in Alaska, I met soldiers from the 11th Airborne Division. Their 2nd Brigade soldiers were out in the cold rain, working hard to earn their expert infantry and soldier badges. I've been up to Alaska in the dead of winter, and I know this unit can train and fight in the most extreme environments. Wherever I go, I consistently see soldiers of every generation willing to innovate, train, and endure hardship for the team and the mission. For my part, when Americans see our Army, I want them to see what I see. I want them to feel the pride that I feel, because their Army is the best ground fighting force in the world. When our Army hits the dirt, our nation means business. Our allies and partners don't want to fight without us, and our adversaries are wise to fear us. Because when Americans see their Army, they see exceptional teams, tough, disciplined soldiers who are proudly serving their country. Because in the Army, they see leaders who demand excellence and hold each other accountable. They see soldiers who are fit and masters of their craft, and they see strong families behind those soldiers who are a valued part of our team. And finally, and particularly important given our interconnected world today, they see an Army that knows how to innovate, adapt, and thrive in new conditions. Hang on a second. This is critically important because the character of war is changing. It's changing rapidly because disruptive technology is fundamentally altering how humans interact. Just look at Ukraine. On the battlefield today, everything is a sensor. I recall when satellite technology brought news from the battlefield to Americans' living rooms. That in and of itself gave a new dynamic to warfighting. Today, every one of us has better cameras in our pockets that are connected to the cloud. No one can hide and no formation is safe. Where we can see, we can hit, and we can see everywhere. Along the same lines, electromagnetic signature management is vital. We all leak detectable digital exhaust. Emails, phone calls, even when sending a text. Now warfighters must find ways to blend in with the noise all around. Logistics are more complex because the logistics tales that we have grown accustomed to are conspicuous. They can be hit, sabotaged, and cyber attacked. And autonomous systems are changing the game for not that much money. I'm not just talking about unmanned aerial systems, but ground systems as well. But challenges are nothing new to the United States Army. In fact, they offer us opportunity to assess and get better. We just have to stay grounded. I've been reflecting on our Army's motto, "This will defend," which was first used as a battle cry by the Continental Army. Today it reminds us that our Army's purpose is timeless and clear: to fight and win the nation's wars. That is our mandate from the American people. And it requires action in 4 focus areas: warfighting, delivering ready combat formations, continuous transformation, and strengthening our profession. First, I'm going to focus on warfighting. Warfighting is the reason our Army exists. We are not a Europe Army or a Pacific Army. We're not a brigade-centric or division-centric. We are a global force that fights when called upon at the scale required. We have always done that.
Now that's the guy that a very paranoid Pete Hegseth has fired. Pete Hegseth, it's being reported by the New York Post and elsewhere. New York Post is getting their sources from within the White House. Okay, Hegseth is getting very paranoid about losing his job, which is one of the reasons why they say they fired Chief of Staff General Randy George. Trump administration officials say Hegseth is worried about Army Secretary Dan Driscoll taking his job. Driscoll's buddies with J.D. Vance. Hegseth on Thursday demanded the resignation of Army Chief of Staff General Randy George, Driscoll's top aide, for reasons that were not publicly stated. This is all driven by insecurity and paranoia that Pete has developed since Signalgate. It has really gotten under Hegseth's skin. He is trying to make everyone around Driscoll suffer for no reason. There seems to be growing tensions in that Department of Defense. I mean, he calls it the Department of War. I mean, because he's such an insecure little man baby. No offense to man babies, because he even gives man babies a bad name. Anyway, I wanted to give you that perspective right there. You tell me what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers.
Okay,
And thanks for
so
watching.
I don't
Thanks
know.
for watching.
I'm
Be
confused
sure to add the
because
Midas
this
Touch
guy right
podcast
here I'm
on
about
Apple
to play.
Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
He normally is on point. He seems to believe that he was one was rescued, but I'm concerned about the other ones. I just don't want it to be that he is repeating when it's the helicopter guy that they rescued. You never know, but I'm gonna listen to this guy and then I'm gonna be out. I'm getting sleepy. Is this here? Yeah, I see him a lot.
The rescue team, a senior U.S. military official. All right, folks, we have some fantastic breaking news in the middle of the night. It is 12:45 in the morning when I am filming this, but the second American lost in Iran has been rescued. He was an American that was part of this F-15 fighter jet that was downed in Iranian territory, deep in Iranian territory. One got rescued yesterday. The second just got rescued now. And Donald Trump has already put out a statement about it, and he somewhat lied in the statement, which we will talk about in just a moment. But I want to give you the latest on this story because it's truly great. All right, folks, we have some fantastic breaking news in the middle of the night. It is 12:45 in the morning when I am filming this, but the second American lost in Iran has been rescued. He was an American that was part of this F-15 fighter jet that was downed in Iranian territory, deep in Iranian territory. One got rescued yesterday. The second just got rescued now. And Donald Trump has already put out a statement about it, and he somewhat lied in the statement, which we will talk about in just a moment. But I want to give you the latest on this story because it's truly great news. Seeing an American in Iran get rescued, who really shouldn't have been there in the first place, but seeing an American get rescued regardless is fantastic. So let's get into it. This is from the New York Times. Commandos save crew member of U.S. warplane shot down deep in Iran. An Air Force officer whose fighter jet had been shot down in Iran was rescued by U.S. Special Operation Forces in a risky Saturday night mission that took commandos deep into enemy territory, said current and former U.S. officials briefed on the operation. The rescue followed a life-or-death race between U.S. and Iranian forces that stretched over 2 days to reach the injured airman, who was a weapons officer, the official said. In the end, U.S. commandos extracted the officer in a massive operation that involved hundreds of special operations troops. There was no U.S. casualties, which is fantastic, among the rescue team, a senior U.S. military official said. All the commandos and the weapons officer returned safely. Crucial. Rescue planes flew to Kuwait to treat the injured weapons officer. So that is fantastic news. And of course, according to these sources, this was a very, very complex operation that took the rescue team deep into Iran. And there was some fighting on the ground during these rescue operations for the first and the second airmen, but thankfully, they were rescued. The two crew members of the F-15E Strike Eagle, the first lost to enemy fire in the month-long war, had been ejected from the cockpit on Friday After Iran's military struck their plane, the jet's pilot was quickly rescued, but its weapons system officer could not be found, which was the second American, setting off an urgent search with major consequences for President Donald Trump and the war the United States and Israel launched on February 28th. Finding the downed airman who had been hiding with little more than a pistol as defense had been the U.S. military's highest priority over the last 48 hours. And this is the latest from Fox News, who reported on this, of course, in the middle of the night.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Rich Edson live in New York. The missing crew member from the F-15E fighter jet shot down over Iranian territory Friday has been rescued after an hours-long search. There was reportedly a heavy firefight before the crew members were taken safely out of Iranian territory. For now, and
Hi,
more on this,
Charlene. Hi,
we go to
David.
our Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin on the phone, who's confirmed and reporting on the details of all of this. Jennifer.
Rich, that's right. I can confirm that the second crew member of the downed F-15E fighter jet has been rescued, and that he and the members of the rescue team that extracted him from behind enemy lines in Iran are all safely out of Iran. That is according to 2 senior U.S. officials and multiple well-placed sources in the region.
Wow, good. And then we have some more here on the specifics of everything.
That is according to 2 senior U.S. officials and multiple well-placed sources in the region. The weapons systems officer, we're told, ejected along with the pilot when their F-15E Strike Eagle went down. They were flying and they were struck on Thursday night. There's been for the last 48 hours, there's been a manhunt for the weapons systems officer who used SEER training, survival, evasion, resistance, and escape training to evade capture. He hid on an elevated ridge after hiking away from the wreckage and put out an emergency beacon, but it took these last 2 days for the rescue teams to actually reach him because there were so many Iranians trying to also reach him. Iran had put out a reward for finding the American. I understand there was a massive firefight as well as a number of aircraft that had to be destroyed. We reported on Friday that 2 helicopters as part of the rescue efforts were hit, and some of the crew members on those rescue helicopters were injured. We also now know more details about the A-10 Warthog that crashed on Friday in Kuwait. It was part of the rescue mission. It was flying cover and firing suppressive cover to try and keep the crowds away, both from the wreckage as well as to protect the airman who was hiding in that what we now know was an elevated ridge. But right now we are told that a lot of the details will not be coming out because it was such a complex mission. And but we can report now that both the second crew member of that F-15E and all of the rescue teams are safely out of Iran. Rich?
Now, I mean, there has to be a movie about this one day. I mean, that is fantastic that this soldier has been rescued. I can only imagine how complex things were behind the scenes. I mean, they had to go deep into Iranian territory in a mountainous region that, you know, I imagine was pretty difficult. And there's a couple of points I do want to make here that, first and foremost, I'm happy that an American has been rescued. But second, I do think, in conjunction with this story, it's important to remember the broader point that this war should not be happening in the first place. Donald Trump should not gotten us into this position where we had to do this very risky rescue mission, and thankfully nobody was injured. There are no casualties, but it could have gotten even worse because of Donald Trump, because of him keeping us in this war. We shouldn't have been here. We don't have to be here, and Donald Trump yet is still continuing this war, still continuing and escalating by the day. So this war shouldn't have happened in the first place. And second of all, Donald Trump is already taking credit for this operation. He's already taking credit for this rescue, which is absurd. Because we know that Donald Trump has no idea what he's doing. We know that Donald Trump has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to the military. He is clueless. He's an idiot when it comes to the military and the operations. And he doesn't deserve the credit. It's the brave men and women in the military who did this operation, who are actually on the ground conducting it, rescuing this soldier, who deserve the credit. And as I mentioned, Donald Trump put out a statement where, of course, he is taking credit. He said, we got him. my fellow Americans, over the past several hours, the United States military pulled off one of the most daring search and rescue operations in U.S. history for one of our incredible crew member officers, who also happens to be a highly respected colonel and who I'm thrilled to let you know is now safe and sound. This brave warrior was behind enemy lines in the treacherous mountains of Iran, being hunted down by our enemies, who were getting closer and closer by the hour, but was never truly alone because his Commander-in-Chief, Secretary of Defense, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and fellow warfighters were monitoring his location for 24 hours a day and diligently planning for his rescue. You know, this is just like again, great news that this person has been rescued, this soldier has been rescued, but this is such a Trump statement where he really tries to loop himself in, his administration in, at any opportunity to get credit. He's saying, you know, I was always by his side. You know, Pete Hegseth was always by his side. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs was always by his side. That, I believe, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. But Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, I'm just not so sure. At my direction, the U.S. military sent dozens of aircraft armed with the most lethal weapons in the world to retrieve him. He sustained injuries, but will be just fine. This miraculous search and rescue operation comes in addition to a successful rescue of another brave pilot yesterday, which we did not confirm because we did not want to jeopardize our second rescue operation, but this was confirmed in the media. This is the first time in military memory that 2 U.S. pilots have been rescued separately deep in enemy territory. We will never leave an American warfighter behind. Debatable with Donald Trump. The military won't. They have that motto of no man left behind. Donald Trump, on the other hand, does have a history of just completely disregarding our service members and has shown that in the Middle East as well in this war. The fact we were able to pull off both of these operations without a single American killed or even wounded just proves once again we've achieved overwhelming air dominance and superiority over the Iranian skies. This is a moment that all Americans, Republicans, Democrats, and everyone else should be proud of and united around. We truly have the best, most professional, and lethal military in the history of the world. God bless America, God bless our troops, and happy Easter to all. Now, 2 final things I want to comment on here. He keeps saying we were able to pull this. Who's we? You were not doing that. Donald Trump was not on the ground with a firearm, searching in these hills. He was not flying any of these jets. It's not we. It's them. He's really trying to take credit away from the American service members who did this. And he's trying to, again, insert himself into the equation. When Donald Trump played a very small part, if any. I'm sure he authorized the planes, as he said, but it's not we. It's not we. And finally, he also says that we've achieved overwhelming air dominance and superiority over the Iranian skies. If that were the truth, this plane would have never been downed in the first place, and the Strait of Hormuz would be open. Donald Trump somehow is lying in this post, which is baffling to me for, I think, any rational human who's thinking about what just happened, the rescue of an American, and Donald Trump finds a way to, number one, make it about himself, and number two, lie in the post announcing it. It's like such a Trump thing. But anyway, I wanted to bring you this news immediately, as soon as we got it, and I appreciate you being here. Let me know in the comments what you think about this. Another American saved, which is fantastic. I hope he's able to go home to his family and his loved ones and get treated for any of the injuries. Just, you know, get him out of there. He's done his service, right? So make sure to subscribe down below, drop a like on the video, comment, let me know what you think about this story. As I always say, I greatly appreciate you, and I hope you have an amazing... Donald Trump disappeared today, and that is not an exaggeration. The country is at war. We're on the verge of escalating even further. Questions remain about an attack on a fighter jet, an American fighter jet that was shot down by Iran.
Yeah,
There's
but I think he went to the hospital.
We're still searching for. And Donald Trump disappeared. He called the lid early in the morning and said, I'm not answering any questions. I won't be making any public appearances. And he hid out in the White House, strangely staying in the Oval Office all day. It was very weird. Rumors started to circulate. So where was Donald Trump? What happened? We'll talk about all of that and more in just a moment. Please make sure to subscribe down below. Drop a like as well. Comment. Let me know what you think happened today and what you think about this story broadly. But let's just start here. So we learned early this morning that the White House declared a press lid at 11:08 a.m. as Donald Trump stayed inside with a schedule consisting of executive time with no sign of a public briefing on these bombshell war developments that we're getting. So Donald Trump, who normally loves to hear himself speak, normally loves being in front of a camera, a light, and talking to the media, you know, saying random crap like he normally does, said, you know what, actually not today of all days. I'm going to hide out. I'm going to stay in the White House 11 a.m. It's also pretty strange that Trump was in D.C. to begin with, because normally on the weekend, what does he do? He goes to Florida, he golfs on taxpayer dollars, he relaxes, he spends time with his wealthy billionaire buddies. So when Donald Trump is not in Florida on a weekend, that's pretty concerning. That should send some warning signs to the American people about what's taking place now or what's about to take place given the war with Iran. And so as a result of Donald Trump calling this lid and making no public appearances today, based on everything we just discussed, a lot of rumors started to circulate. For example, this Twitter account, the Washington Report, said the White House has announced the lid, indicating that Trump will not have any public appearances for the remainder of the day. Keith Edwards, relying on some other reporting, this is not something that he reported, other people did on social media, saying the White House kicked the press out and roads in D.C. were closed down earlier this morning. What's going on with the president? So these roads were shut down, and people are wondering what's going on.
Yeah, I saw something with them rushing him to the hospital.
Said, is Donald Trump at Walter Reed, as rumors started to circulate that he was. A number of, not reliable sources, I would say, but just random Twitter accounts started to say that the roads were closed in front of Walter Reed and Donald Trump must be there. That was not true.
Okay.
There was no evidence that Donald Trump was at Walter Reed. Matter of fact, there's actually a community note here on the Keith Edwards post saying roads were closed, including in front of the White House, because of the Cherry Blossom Parade. And it got so bad that the White House actually responded, of course, aggressively to the rumors about Donald Trump being at Walter Reed, saying deranged liberals cook up insane conspiracy theories when POTUS goes 12 hours without speaking to the press. Now, of course, they're being disingenuous with this. Fear not, Trump literally never stops working. We know that's not true. I mean, for them to even say that is insulting, and it's ironic that they're claiming that liberals come up with conspiracy theories. Do they know the guy who's president right now, the guy who said 2020 wasn't fair? But they addressed it, and Stephen Chung, one of Donald Trump's advisors, senior advisor, he's a lunatic, said there's never been a president who worked harder for the American people. On this Easter weekend, he has been working nonstop in the White House and the Oval Office. God bless him. Now, I responded to Stephen saying he falls asleep in meetings and golfs on taxpayer dollars. He's a lazy piece of shit, just like you. And I stand by it. But the White House is coming out and saying that Donald Trump is working. He was in the Oval Office, yada, yada, yada. And we have journalists on the ground who said as of 5:04 p.m., there's a Marine sentry standing guard at the West Wing, which means Donald Trump is in the Oval Office. Trump had executive time on his public schedule starting at 8 a.m. What executive time means, I don't know. But this Marine sentry standing outside of the West Wing means that Donald Trump was in the Oval Office. That is not up for debate. That's just a matter of fact. That's the order of operations at the White House. So Trump disappears. They call this lid. There's rumors circulating. The White House addresses it. But my question here is that, we're on day 2 of this American fighter jet being shot down by Iran. Thankfully, one of the crew members was rescued. The other is still being searched for. Donald Trump has not made a public statement about this. Not only has he not made a public statement about this, but today he disappeared. The only news or the only things we heard from Donald Trump came from social media. And we know that a lot of people have access to his social media, but assuming that Donald Trump is the one posting it. This search is continuing. Americans are waiting eagerly to get an update here, and Donald Trump is posting random crap on Truth Social in his all-caps style. Let me give you some examples here. For example, the most recent post, which was many hours ago, which is unusual for Donald Trump. Normally he's firing off like 20 in an hour. He said many of Iran's military leaders who have led them poorly and unwisely are terminated, along with much else, with this massive strike in Tehran. And he signed it Donald J. Trump. This is a footage of a missile being dropped, the typical crap we see from him. He also added at 3 p.m., if you import the third world, you become the third world, and that's not going to happen in the United States of America as long as I'm president. The racism we get from Donald Trump when he talks about immigration, referencing other countries as being third world. It's just what we typically get from Donald Trump. He also took time to post random polls from CPAC, which is that conservative conference where a bunch of lunatics gather and talk about how much they love Donald Trump. I mean, it's really a gathering of losers. I would describe them as total weirdos. And it's like an approved, disapproved. Donald Trump's use of tariffs have been great, and 91% approved, of course, because it's CPAC. Here's another one. Donald Trump has been the best president of my lifetime. Again, 94% because it's CPAC. And then he also added at 10:05 today, this is what really, I think, kind of drove people a little nuts with these theories and everything that was discussed. He said, remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out. 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them. Glory be to God. Donald J. Trump. It's interesting that he's referencing God in a post talking about all hell raining down on another country. But to be clear, and I think this is an important point, there's a soldier missing. American bases are still being struck by Iranian missiles, despite Donald Trump claiming that the military in Iran has been completely taken out. We know that's not true. Missiles are still being fired. An American is still missing. The war is ongoing. And Donald Trump has time to post these polls
What do you
right?
mean,
To
this
post all
guy?
these polls that we saw
What are
from
you talking
CPAC.
about?
He has time
She's
to
chosen.
threaten third world countries and do his racist crap. He doesn't have time to talk about any of these things. He doesn't have time to give the American people an update today on what took place today. What are the updates of this investigation, this search? He didn't have time for any of that. Instead, he was sitting in the Oval Office all day. Now, Republicans will say that he was working hard in the Oval Office. He was, really trying to get to the bottom of this stuff, find a solution here. Do you believe that? I don't believe that.
No.
I don't think that Donald Trump, I imagine he was in the Oval Office. I think he was in the White House today. I don't think he went to Walter Reed. We don't have evidence to suggest that. But was he working? No. Was Donald Trump watching something on the TV? Probably. Was Donald Trump doing anything else but working? Probably. That's what I think happened here. I don't think Donald Trump is behind the scenes grinding to get a solution to the Iran war. I mean, so far his solution has been Truth Social posts and bombing. No diplomacy whatsoever, no negotiations. I mean, this is the art of the deal guy who can't strike a deal. But was Donald Trump really working the White House today?
Dang,
My answer is no.
where I was looking at.
So
where
anyway, I just wanted to talk. I mean, it's been a really weird day politically. A lot of rumors circulating, a lot of things just being talked about. It was weird. And so I wanted to come on here briefly and talk about all this stuff, not take too much of your time. But he disappeared. The country needs a leader right now. We've needed a leader for, Donald Trump's entire second term, haven't had one. But especially in the middle of war. And Donald Trump will never be able to fill that void. He just won't. He won't be able to ever. That's just who he is. So anyway, I appreciate you for watching. Let me know what you thought about all of this. Of course, as I said, please make sure to subscribe down below. It goes such an incredibly long way. I greatly appreciate every single one of you, and we're in this fight together. Drop a like on the video as well if you did enjoy. And
shout out to you, Harry. Hold on. Oh, wow. I say that shit. Why do I always have to repeat it twice? Hey, thank you. Hold on, let me see. Which one am I going to now? I don't know you, Bill. I know you, but I was going to place. Okay, so 2 more, and I'm going to sleep.
She has to be in front of the House Oversight Committee. So her employment status doesn't matter. No matter where she works, she could go. She could go.
Hit the like button, y'all.
She could be unemployed. She could go work at a restaurant. It don't matter. She has to be in front of the House Oversight Committee on April 14th for that deposition.
Oh, no.
All right, Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Not these guys. Nope. Nope. No, not him. Nope.
Well, after being let go.
I'm real detailed about who I listen to.
No matter where she
Sorry,
works.
she's chosen. You're new here. We're not.
She could be unemployed. She could go work at a restaurant. It don't matter. She has to be in front of the House Oversight Committee.
Yeah, no, you're not going to come over here and bash him.
All right, Attorney General Pam Bondi is in big trouble after being let go by Donald Trump. No, we did not get leaked photos of her husband with big breasts. If you don't get that reference, then that probably sounded like a weird joke. But Pam Bondi is in trouble because the Democrats are not letting up whatsoever. The Democrats are doubling down on getting her butt in the chair in front of them on April 14th, 10 days from now, so they can talk to her and ask her questions about the Epstein files and about Trump's administration. Friend of the show, Joshua Doss, made it.
Hold on.
She could go on to be an attorney. She could be unemployed. She could go work at a restaurant. It don't matter. She has to be in front of the House Oversight Committee on April 14th for that deposition.
All right, Attorney General Pam Bondi is in big trouble.
I like Drewski as well.
By Donald Trump. No, we did not get leaked photos of her husband with big breasts. If you don't get that reference, then that probably sounded like a weird joke. But Pam Bondi is in trouble because the Democrats are not letting up whatsoever. The Democrats are doubling down on getting her butt in the chair in front of them on April 14th, 10 days from now, so they can talk to her and ask her questions about the Epstein files and about Trump's administration. Friend of the show, Joshua Doss, made a great point that Richard Nixon did not go to prison for the cover-up of Watergate. But as Attorney
Thank you,
General,
Hot Chocolate Latte.
Richard Nixon,
Grand Rising Beautiful.
Have
Have a most wonderful day. Thank you so very much. Because I've been going through
I'm going to break this all down throughout this video. Make sure you drop a like.
Thank you so very much.
Make sure
I
you
really
subscribe
appreciate
to the
that.
Adam Mockler feed for more breaking news content. We're so close to 2 million subscribers. Every single one of you has helped me build this community, do these debates on CNN. It's all because we continue to push towards one unified goal. So thank you. And let's jump in with this Matt Gaetz tweet. I thought this would be a good starting point because I replied to this and went a little bit viral. He said, Pam Bondi will be known as one of the great crime fighters of our time. She's a patriot who has all of our appreciation. Todd Blanche left his comfortable job at a major firm to defend Trump. He has shown moral courage, blah, blah, blah. I said, dude, of course you think this. Of course you're going to defend Pam Bondi after you're the one who literally resigned your House seat in Florida because there was an ethics report that was about to come out detailing how you allegedly paid minors for sex and gave them drugs and extorted them and gave them gifts and said you were going to pay off their debt or whatever the hell. So incredibly disturbing. This Republican Representative Matt Gaetz was being investigated for this. He resigned. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson actually played cover for him, just like Speaker of the House Mike Johnson has played cover for Tony Gonzalez, Texas representative, just like he's played cover for the Epstein files. Now, this brings me over to Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi is only one of a few officials who have been fired, let go, or are in jeopardy. Top officials fired / in jeopardy, according to MS Now. Pam Bondi gone. Kristi Noem gone. Mike Waltz gone. General Randy George gone. Pete Hegseth let him go. Kash Patel might be in jeopardy after reports that Trump is growing weary. Daniel Driscoll, Lori Chavez-Dreamer, and Howard Lutnick are all currently in trouble after failed negotiations or failed policies. Now, Pam Bondi is in trouble. The Democrats are not letting up, which is what I absolutely love to see. Maxwell Frost is actually leading the charge. He's the youngest person in Congress, Gen Z Representative Maxwell Frost, and he is leading the charge on this. I'll have him on the Adam Mockler channel in the next few days so we can talk about this. He said, Pam Bondi still has to testify under oath in front of the Oversight Committee regarding the Epstein files. This does not get her out of that bipartisan lawful subpoena.
Okay, so put your questions, your off-topic questions on a super chat or super sticker. I'm going to say it one more time. She's chosen. Put your off-topic conversations or questions on a super chat or super sticker only, not in the comments. Put it on a super chat, super sticker. You understand? Only. You see that? It's a box down there with a $sign on it. Hit that box. Hit that box and it'll say super chat, super sticker. If you want to be off topic, or have questions off topic, use the super chat or exactly. Yeah.
He then goes into his details.
Your ass on with that. I gotta pay you. You want my answer?
Which is what I absolutely
off topic. Stay on topic or shut up.
The charge. He's the youngest person in Congress, Gen Z Representative Maxwell Frost, and he is.
I gotta pay you. Never mind. Get your ass from over here.
So we can talk about this. He said, Pam Bondi still has to testify under oath in front of the Oversight Committee regarding the Epstein files. This does not get her out of that bipartisan.
At 3 o'clock in the morning.
He then goes into his details further on MS Now today. I want you to take a listen to this.
Joining me now is
Congressman
Maxwell Frost. He's a Democrat from Florida and a member of the Oversight Committee. So, Congressman, will you, in fact, be seeing Pam Bondi anytime soon?
I said I was not having a good day. How dare you? Thank y'all for understanding. Let me back it up.
He's the youngest person in Congress, Gen Z Representative Maxwell Frost, and he is leading the charge on this. I'll have him on the Adam Mockler channel in the next few days so we can talk about this. He said, Pam Bondi still has to testify under oath in front of the Oversight Committee regarding the Epstein files. This does not get her out of that bipartisan lawful subpoena. He then goes into his details further on MS Now today. I want you to take a listen to this.
Joining me now is Congressman Maxwell Frost. He's a Democrat from Florida and a member of the Oversight Committee. So, Congressman, will you, in fact, be seeing Pam Bondi anytime soon?
Yeah, April 14th. I mean, when we passed this bipartisan subpoena, which, by the way, it wasn't just Democrats, it was Democrats and Republicans, in that subpoena itself, it doesn't say the Attorney General, it says Pam Bondi. So her employment status is completely irrelevant to her coming in front of us under oath to tell us what she knows about the Epstein files and what she was told to do as it relates to what we think is one of the greatest cover-ups we've seen from an administration in the history of this country. So her employment status doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where she works. She could go on to be an attorney. She could be unemployed. She could go work at a restaurant. It don't matter. She has to be in front of the House Oversight Committee on April 14th for that deposition.
That's what's
I love
up.
that line.
I love
it
it
doesn't matter
too.
what she is, she has to be there. Now,
We don't
friend of the
care.
show, Joshua Doss, you can find him on Instagram or TikTok, anywhere. He responded to this. I found this to be a very unique framework, and I like this a lot.
Since she's a
This
civilian
feels as
now,
good of a time as ever to remind
she
people that
will
Richard
plead
Nixon
the
did not
fifth.
go to prison for the cover-up of Watergate, but his
Now,
attorney
if
general
she
did.
does that, she have broke the law though. She broke a law that her big daddy passed, Lynn. As a civilian, her ass is going to now he gonna pardon her 9 times out of 10. Yeah, but he done threw her picture all in the trash and everything. She's a civilian. She can plead the fifth. She was playing dumb before, but there's charges that can come with that now. Deport her.
Richard Nixon didn't go to prison for the cover-up of Watergate, but his chief of staff did. Yeah. The way that the federal government...
You right about that, brother.
And I Joshua Doss, you can find him on Instagram or TikTok, anywhere. He responded to this. I found this to be a very unique framework, and I like this a lot. Let me know what you think.
This feels as good of a time as ever to remind people that Richard Nixon did not go to prison for the cover-up of Watergate, but his attorney general did. Richard Nixon didn't go to prison for the cover-up of Watergate, but his chief of staff did. Yeah. The way that the federal government and the Department of Justice is set up right now, the shield that it feels like it's giving some really bad actors, that doesn't mean it'll be set up that way in the future. It actually probably won't be. And the people that you're using to protect you will either be in prison themselves or they'll be gone. This is true also for ICE agents. You probably feel like you have a lot of shield, a lot of protections from the most powerful man in the world to wreak havoc in communities. In a weird way, you do right now. But there is no statute of limitations on murder. Nope. You can get tried for wrongful death 5 years from now, 6 years from now.
Hey, Natural in New Orleans.
It's just something to think about, you know? The shadow you hide in might disappear with the rising sun.
Very, very well said. And we have Democrats out there aggressively going for this. In fact, I think it should be a litmus test for Democratic candidates in 2028. I want to be very clear. The litmus test should not be, are you going to weaponize our justice system in the same way that Trump did and bring our country closer to fascism? No. The litmus test should be, are you going to apply the law equally to everybody?
I agree,
and not give out
Johnston.
special favors or pardons or be beholden to special interest groups that could lead you to be going
She,
softer
big
on
dummy.
certain sectors of certain people, whether they're people
She
on the
got
left
an
or
early
people on the
morning
right. There
treatment.
exists corruption on both sides, but on the right, it is very clearly 1 million times worse when the president fascism. No. The litmus test should be, are you going to apply the law equally to everybody and not give out special favors or pardons or be beholden to special interest groups that could lead you to be going softer on certain sectors of certain people, whether they're people on the left or people on the right. There exists corruption on both sides, but on the right, it is very clearly 1 million times worse when the president is leading the way on it. There was what was his name? Bob Menendez, some nobody congressman on the Democratic side that did some corruption, which is obviously effing awful. But Trump is starting cryptocurrencies, rug pulling the nation, and every single person in his administration is contributing to this type of corruption. Whether we're talking about Kristi Noem, running these ads, whether we're talking about Pam Bondi, Mike Johnson covering up stuff like this, whether we're talking about Kristi Noem using taxpayer dollars for hundreds of millions of dollars in ads, whether we're talking about Pam Bondi and her corruption, Kash Patel and his corruption, basically continuing to steal money from the American people to go travel around. Listen to Maxwell Frost on this.
We asked her multiple times, are you going to come and speak with us under oath? She would not say yes. Filibuster would not say yes. And so why do we, and then our Republican colleagues say, is this not enough? Why don't you want to speak to her now?
She could.
We want her under oath because we do not trust her. Why don't we trust her? Because she's a liar. Look at how that Judiciary Committee hearing went. She was spying on members of Congress when they were in the DOJ looking at the documents unredacted. Mm-hmm. Look at what she's done as far as not putting documents relating to Donald Trump on the website, not releasing them, and only doing it when the public noticed and said something about it. We want her under oath because we don't trust her.
If you're ever feeling pessimistic, just remember we've got Maxwell Frost, the youngest member of Congress, fighting his ass off. Remember, we have certain Democrats making sure they are pushing for a more affordable America. We have the Adam Mockler feed. I'm another young dude, and I'd like to think I'm doing my part by pushing back either on YouTube or in the media or on famous MAGA pundits who are always very smug. You know, I like to push back. And I think that we're building a better future in doing so. I think it's very, very important that we make sure the next administration is applying all standards equally. Project 2029, we have a few names we're thinking of. Maybe Project North Star or The Mandate in all caps. We have a few different names, but we want to mandate a platform in which Democratic candidates have to be willing to weed out corruption, like special interest groups. People like Pam Bondi should not be in the government. ICE agents need to be held accountable if they broke the law. I'm not saying every single ICE agent should be like arrested and charged. No. I'm saying who even knows if it's like 80% that committed crimes. Maybe it's only like 60% of ICE agents that committed crimes, but it's not only, that's a lot. A lot of ICE agents were committing crimes on a daily basis. They need to be held accountable. I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you. Okay, so the last one we're going to listen to Uncle. Uncle, I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill. Okay, yeah. To see what he has to say about, the military guy who was forced to resign. I know someone I spoke about for a while.
Now, I want to talk to
who is a chaplain in the military for years. He's been that in multiple divisions, Army, Navy. I don't think he was Air Force. Yeah, I think he did do something in, was it the Marines? Navy, Army, Navy. I think it was 3. I don't remember the third. In the military and as a chaplain, and so the high-ranking chaplain was forced to resign as well. So that means that they are messing with the mental health or the spiritual guidance that these military. They're just the devil, And he sent me, I saw it the other day, and then today when I finally kind of got out my funk, I saw a message where he has sent me, let me see if I can pull it up, telling me that, let me see what it said. He sent me, they fired the chief of chaplain. Major General William Green Jr., the Army's top chaplain. So you just keep these officers, lieutenants, these high-ranking military, the experience of the military, keep them lifted and, mindful, and hopefully there is room for, I don't know, I just feel sorry for these young military guys that all the experience to help them get through what their, this devil work, because they're not right now fighting for their country and their lives are in danger. And to go as far as to fire a chief of a chaplain, they don't even want them to have spiritual guidance. It's just mind blowing to me. But keep them all lifted, y'all. Let's go.
About something tonight that I don't. Now, I want to talk to you about something tonight that I don't think we can afford to get wrong. In all my years in public life, as governor, as president, as somebody who spent decades thinking about how this country holds together, there are moments that come along where you just feel it in your gut. Something shifted. Something moved that shouldn't have moved. And what happened on April 2nd is one of those moments. Let me tell you something. When a sitting Army Chief of Staff, a 4-star general, West Point graduate, a man who has served 7 presidents and deployed to every major conflict this country has fought in the last 35 years, when that man gets a phone call in the middle of a meeting telling him he's done, effective immediately, while American troops are actively deployed in a war zone, that is not routine. That is not reform.
Nope.
That is something else entirely.
That's the devil.
And here's what makes it harder to look away. It's not just Democrats raising the alarm.
Nope.
Republicans, members of the Armed Services Committee, retired 4-star generals, people who support this president, they're saying publicly that this was wrong. And we'll come back to that because what they said may surprise you.
Wow.
But first, I think we've got to understand who Randy George actually is, what he was doing for the Army, and why the timing of this decision tells you more than any press release ever could. Because this story isn't really about one general. It's about whether the institutions that protect this democracy are being strengthened or hollowed out from the inside. Now, to understand what happened here, you've got to understand who General Randy George actually is. And I think once you hear his story, you'll see why this whole thing is so troubling. Randy George is a kid from Iowa who enlisted in the United States Army in 1982. That's the Reagan years for those keeping track. He went through West Point, graduated in the class of 1988, commissioned as an infantry officer, and deployed with the 101st Airborne Division for Desert Shield and Desert Storm. That was the beginning of a career that would take him through every major conflict this country has fought. Iraq, Afghanistan, all of it. Multiple deployments, multiple commands. Not once, not one time did anyone question whether Randy George was anything other than a soldier focused on the mission. He served under every president from Reagan through Biden. Republican, Democrat, it didn't matter. He did his job. In September 2023, he became the 41st Army Chief of Staff. And by all accounts, he was doing something remarkable. He was turning around recruitment numbers, modernizing Army technology, and building the force this country is going to need in the decades ahead. That's not a partisan accomplishment. That's a national one. Now, when I was in office, I leaned on generals who told me hard truths. I needed people in the room who'd say, Mr. President, this isn't going to work the way you think it will. That's what you want. That's what keeps a commander-in-chief honest. Randy George was that kind of officer, the kind both parties used to celebrate. So when you hear what happened to him, I want you to remember what kind of man we're talking about, because it matters for everything that comes next. Let me walk you through what actually happened, because the facts here are important, and they're more startling than a lot of people realize. On April 2nd, 2026, General Randy George was in the middle of a meeting. He gets a phone call from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and he is told to retire immediately. Not next month, not after a transition, right now. That same day, Hegseth also fired General David Hodney, who was commanding the Army's brand new Transformation and Training Command, an organization George himself helped create to bring the Army into the future. And then, for the first time in the history of the United States Army, the Chief of Chaplains, Major General William Green, Jr., was fired too. 3 generals, 1 phone call, no public explanation. Senior Army leadership was blindsided. They found out when the rest of us did. Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell confirmed it with a brief statement thanking George for his service. That was it. George's term wasn't supposed to end until the summer of 2027. He had more than a year left. Now, here's where things start to get complicated. The man set to replace George is General Christopher Leneve, a former aide to Hegseth himself. And how did Leneve first catch the president's attention? He called into the Commander-in-Chief inaugural ball back in January 2025 from South Korea. Trump saw him on screen and said, and I quote, "Is this man central casting or what? If I'm doing a movie, I pick him to play my lead." Now I want you to hold that phrase in your mind, central casting, because we'll come back to what it means when you're choosing military leaders for how they look on camera rather than how they perform in theater. Now look, let's be honest about what's happening here, because this is the part that really bothers me. According to U.S. officials who spoke to Axios, the firing of Randy George was not motivated by any strategic disagreement. It wasn't about where the Army is headed. It was, and I'm quoting here, about clashing personalities. One official called the decision during an active war insane. Another said, "This doesn't feel like a very strong, self-assured decision." And a third asked the question every American should be asking. Here is a 4-star general who is actively working to get equipment and people into theater to protect U.S. forces, and you fire him in the middle of a war? Let me tell you something. George was deploying elements of the 82nd Airborne to the Middle East. He was responsible for the Army's integrated air and missile defense systems, the very backbone of our operations against Iran. This wasn't a general sitting in a corner office somewhere. This was the man moving the pieces that keep our troops alive. And this isn't an isolated incident. Secretary Hegseth has now fired over 20 senior military officers, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General C.Q. Brown, the chief of naval operations, the Air Force chief, the head of the NSA. This is a pattern. And it's not a pattern of reform. It's a pattern of consolidation. Now, I understand civilian control of the military. I exercise it. During the Balkans, during Haiti, I worked with generals I agreed with and generals I didn't. You can disagree with a general, You can even replace a general if the mission demands it. But you don't fire a general in the middle of a war because he doesn't flatter you enough. That's not civilian control. That's personal insecurity masquerading as authority. And the people who pay the price for that aren't in Washington. They're in uniform overseas right now. Here's the honest truth. What we're watching isn't just about one general or one decision. It's about what happens to an institution when you systematically remove the people who know the most and replace them with the people who agree the loudest. With George's removal, Hegseth has now remade nearly the entire Joint Chiefs of Staff. And I see three cascading dangers that I think every American needs to understand. First, you're replacing institutional memory and warfighting expertise with political loyalty during an active conflict. Randy George knew the Iran theater inside and out. He was managing missile defense, troop deployments, weapons production. His replacement, General Laniv, may be capable, but even Laniv has privately questioned whether the Army is moving too fast and too far. That tells you something. The very modernization agenda George was leading may now stall at the worst possible moment. Second, you're sending a chilling message to every officer in the chain of command. The message is, honest professional judgment can end your career overnight. And when military leaders start telling the secretary what he wants to hear instead of what he needs to know, that, my friends, is the most dangerous thing that can happen in a democracy at war. Third, you're breaking the continuity that our allies depend on. Coalition partners plan around relationships with American military leaders. When you reshuffle the top brass like a deck of cards, you don't just confuse your own people. You undermine the confidence of every nation standing with us. And let me say this about the firing of Major General William Green, the Chief of Chaplains. That office has never seen a firing, ever. These are the people who provide spiritual support to service members in the field during the hardest moments of their lives. Imagine you're running a hospital, and in the middle of a complicated surgery, you fire your chief surgeon because you didn't like his bedside manner, and you replace him with someone who looks good in the hallway. That's what this is. We've got to remember something here, and I think this is the part that may surprise a few of you. This isn't just Democrats sounding the alarm. Republicans, elected officials who support this president, are going on the record saying this was wrong. House Armed Services Committee Chairman Mike Rogers, a Republican from Alabama, put out a statement praising George's commitment, courage, and leadership. He said that under George, the Army made great progress on increasing recruitment, improving efficiency, and modernizing the Army. That's not a Democrat talking. That's the Republican who chairs the committee responsible for military oversight. Representative Austin Scott, Republican from Georgia, and a member of that same committee, called George a great general, principled leader, and a committed American. He said George's wisdom comes from his many years of experience and his character as a man. Representative Rich McCormick, another Georgia Republican, said he would immediately investigate the firing. He told Newsmax he'd never heard George say anything contrary to what the president's trying to achieve. He called George a brilliant mind and said plainly, "That's concerning to me." And then there's retired four-star General Jack Keane, a conservative-leaning Fox News analyst, who went on the air and said he does not agree with the dismissal. He said George had the intelligence, the discipline, and that his warfighting experience is enormous. Keene said George was leading the other services in transformation. Now, when Republicans who support this president are going on television and saying this was wrong, that ought to tell you something. This isn't left versus right. This is about whether the people protecting your sons and daughters in uniform are being led by the best or by the most obedient. During my presidency, I worked across the aisle because I understood that national security isn't something you can afford to turn into a loyalty test. The strategy we're seeing here isn't reform. It's consolidation through fear. And fear is a terrible foundation for a fighting force. Now, I'm not a prophet, but I've been around this town long enough to know that when you start firing the people who know the most and replacing them with the people who agree the loudest, the bill always comes due. So let me lay out what I think happens from here. First, military readiness in the Iran theater is going to suffer. Operations were already in motion. Troop deployments, missile defense coordination, weapons production pipelines. New leadership doesn't walk in and pick up where a four-star general left off overnight. There's a learning curve, and in a war zone, that learning curve can cost lives. Second, the Army's modernization agenda, including the Transformation and Training Command that George built and Hodney was leading, may stall or collapse entirely. That command was only months old. Its website was still showing Hodney's photo the morning after he was fired. If that initiative dies, the Army is less prepared for the next conflict, not just this one. Third, recruitment is going to take a hit. George had been successfully turning those numbers around, and that's no small thing in today's environment. But when potential officers see that 35 years of distinguished service can be erased by a single phone call over a personality clash, ask yourself, who's going to sign up for that? Fourth, Allied confidence in American military stability is going to erode. Our coalition partners in the Middle East are watching this. They plan around the relationships they build with our commanders. When those commanders disappear without warning or explanation, it weakens the entire alliance. Fifth, and this is the one that keeps me up, a culture of silence is going to take root in the Pentagon. Officers are going to learn that the safest career move is to tell the secretary what he wants to hear, not what he needs to know. And I can tell you from experience, that is how catastrophic mistakes get made.
Absolutely.
There are also real legal and procedural questions here. Can a defense secretary unilaterally terminate a service chief mid-term with no stated cause? This may eventually reach Congress, and I think it should. Let me close with this, because I think it's the most important thing I can say tonight. Nobody disputes that civilian control of the military is essential. It's one of the bedrock principles of this republic. I exercise it, every president does. But here's the thing. Civilian control only works when it's exercised with wisdom, restraint, and genuine respect for the expertise of the people in uniform. It's not a blank check to remake the military in your own image. It's a sacred trust. When Harry Truman fired Douglas MacArthur in 1951, he had clear cause. He offered a public explanation, and the country, though divided, understood why. Every modern president has wrestled with the tension between political vision and military reality. That's healthy. That's how the system is supposed to work. But the question we're facing...
Charlene, what does that have to do with what he's saying? Who he sleeps with, what does that have to do with the facts of what's going on in this war? Charlene, what does that have to do with the topic of hand? None of those females have said anything about, no, ma'am, you're out of order. And I'm going to go ahead and remove you because I don't want to entertain you tonight. Come back another day when you're on topic and not on bull crap. Because not one of those females have yet to say no minor has claimed that he did anything to them. Now, what he do with his wife, that's his business. And you are out of order over here right now. But I'm going to back it up since you insist on being a deflection. Yeah, I'm going to back it up and we're going to get the full message. How about that? How about that, Miss Charlene? Yeah, Charlene. Yeah.
Turn into a loyalty
They hate
test.
the truth, don't they?
The strategy we're seeing here isn't
Joanne.
reform. It's consolidation through fear. And fear is a terrible foundation for a fighting force.
Right.
Now, I'm not a prophet, but I've been around this town long enough to know that when you start firing the people who know the most and replacing them with the people who agree the loudest, the bill always comes due. So let me lay out what I think happens from here. First, military readiness in the Iran theater is going to suffer. Operations were already in motion. Troop deployments, missile defense coordination, weapons production pipelines. New leadership doesn't walk in and pick up where a four-star general left off overnight. There's a learning curve, and in a war zone, that learning curve can cost lives. Second, the Army's modernization agenda, including the Transformation and Training Command that George built and Hodney was leading,
military. It's scary,
may
and I
stall
know
or
it,
collapse entirely.
Absolutely.
That command was only months old.
My prayers go out
Its
to you.
website was still showing Hodney's photo the morning after he was fired. If that initiative dies, the Army is less prepared for the next conflict, not just this one. Third, recruitment is going to take a hit. George had been successfully turning those numbers around, and that's no small thing in today's environment. But when potential officers see that 35 years of distinguished service can be erased by a single phone call over a personality clash, ask yourself, who's going to sign up for that? Fourth, Allied confidence in American military stability is going to erode. Our coalition partners in the Middle East are watching this. They plan around the relationships they build with our commanders.
Absolutely, Esther.
When those commanders disappear without warning or explanation, it weakens the entire alliance. Fifth, and this is the one that keeps me up, a culture of silence is going to take root in the Pentagon. Officers are going to learn that the safest career move is to tell the secretary what he wants to hear, not what he needs to know. And I can tell you from experience, that is how catastrophic mistakes get made. There are also real legal and procedural questions here. Can a defense secretary unilaterally terminate a service chief mid-term with no stated cause? This may eventually reach Congress, and I think it should. Let me close with this, because I think it's the most important thing I can say tonight. Nobody disputes that civilian control of the military is essential. It's one of the bedrock principles of this republic. I exercise it. Every president does. But here's the thing. Civilian control only works when it's exercised with wisdom, restraint, and genuine respect for the expertise of the people in uniform. It's not a blank check to remake the military in your own image. It's a sacred trust. When Harry Truman fired Douglas MacArthur in 1951, he had clear cause. He offered a public explanation, and the country, though divided, understood why. Every modern president has wrestled with the tension between political vision and military reality.
Hi, Carolyn.
That's healthy. That's how the system is supposed to work. But the question we're facing now isn't whether a president can fire a general. Of course he can. The question is whether the reason serves the country or whether it serves one man's ego. And here's where I want to leave you with a note of cautious hope. Because the bipartisan pushback we're seeing,
Jamie, I don't know what you mean.
From McCormick, from Scott, from General Keane, that tells me the Democratic immune system is still functioning.
Oh, okay, yeah, I get it.
The military community's alarm, the public's growing awareness, the questions being asked in Congress, those are signs that this country still has the capacity to correct itself. I've always believed America's greatest strength isn't our weapons or our wealth. It's our willingness to correct ourselves before it's too late. That's what I'm asking you to demand right now. Not as Democrats, not as Republicans, as Americans who understand that the people standing between us and danger deserve better than to be treated like props in somebody's political show. We've been through worse, but we only got through it because good people in both parties, in uniform and out, refused to stay quiet when something was wrong. That's the tradition I'm asking you to honor tonight. Thank you.
One more. This just popped
up.
up.
Folks, I want you to stop for just a moment and think about something.
This just popped up. Hold on.
Right now, as you're watching this, as you're sitting in your living room or scrolling on your phone, there is an American service member somewhere on the ground inside Iran, alone, in hostile territory. And the government of that country is offering rewards to its own civilians.
We hope that they found him. We hope that it's true, but let's just listen.
I've sat behind that desk in the Oval Office. I've made the calls that send young men and women into harm's way. And I can tell you, there is no heavier weight a president carries than the knowledge that someone's son or daughter might not come home because of a decision you made.
A normal president, right?
That weight should never become routine. It should never become background noise in a news cycle. Today, April the 3rd, 2026,
yes.
A United States Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle, a two-seat fighter jet carrying a pilot and a weapons systems officer, was shot down over Iran. Both crew members ejected. Our special forces, God bless them, launched an extraordinarily dangerous rescue mission. They recovered the pilot. But the weapons systems officer, that second American, is still missing tonight, somewhere in the mountains of southwestern Iran. While Iranian state television broadcasts bounties and calls on ordinary people to join the hunt. This is the first time in this 5-week-old war that a crewed American aircraft has been brought down by enemy fire inside Iranian territory. Let me tell you something. That fact alone should command the full attention of every American, regardless of party, regardless of who you voted for. And the real question isn't just whether we bring this person home safely. I pray to God we do. The question is deeper than that. It's about the decisions that put them there. The words that were spoken from the Oval Office just days before this happened. And what comes next for this country. And we'll come back to that in a moment. Now, before we go any further, I think it's important to step back and remember how we got here. Because when something like this happens, when an American is missing behind enemy lines, the natural instinct is to focus on the immediate crisis. And that's right. That's human. But if we don't understand the road that brought us to this moment, we have no chance of finding the road that leads us out. On February the 28th, 2026, the United States and Israel launched a coordinated wave of airstrikes against Iran. No formal declaration of war, no congressional authorization under the war powers framework that our Constitution envisions. Just a decision made by the executive branch to begin a military campaign against a sovereign nation of over 80 million people. And now, 5 weeks later, here's where we stand. 13 American service members killed, over 300 wounded, more than 2,000 Iranian civilians dead. Energy prices have spiked around the world, and poll after poll, Reuters, Ipsos, CNN, show that somewhere between 59 and 67% of the American people believe either that this war was a mistake or that the United States should be working urgently to end it, even if that means not achieving every objective the administration originally laid out. Now look, I know something about taking military action when it's difficult and when the public is uncertain. I ordered strikes against Al-Qaeda. I led the intervention in Kosovo, where we stopped the genocide without losing a single American soldier in combat. And I will tell you this, every single time I authorized the use of force, I understood that I was spending the most precious currency a president has, which is the trust of the American people. You don't get to spend that currency recklessly and then come back and ask for more. Trust is not a line of credit. It's earned. And once it's gone, it is very, very hard to rebuild. This war never had the foundation of public trust that a sustained military campaign requires. And now, with an American missing in the mountains of Iran, we're seeing the consequences of that. Let me walk you through what we know, because the facts matter, and they matter. At approximately 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, an F-15E Strike Eagle operating over southwestern Iran, over a province called Kogaluya and Boyer Ahmad, was struck by Iranian air defenses and brought down. Both crew members, the pilot and the weapons systems officer, ejected from the aircraft. Now, credit where credit is due. Our military launched a combat search and rescue operation almost immediately. U.S. Special Operations Forces, supported by helicopters, located and extracted the pilot. That is a remarkable feat of bravery and coordination under fire, and every American should be proud of the men and women who carried out that mission. But here's where things start to get complicated. The weapons systems officer, the second crew member, was not recovered. As of right now, that American remains unaccounted for somewhere on the ground in Iranian territory. And while this was unfolding, an A-10 Warthog that was providing close air support for the rescue took fire, and its pilot had to eject over the Persian Gulf. That pilot was recovered from the water. One of the rescue helicopters carrying the saved F-15E pilot was hit by a small arms fire, wounding several crew members aboard, though it managed to land safely. So in the span of a few hours this morning, we lost one fighter jet, had a second aircraft shot out of the sky, had a helicopter damaged, had multiple Americans wounded, and still have one service member missing. Meanwhile, the governor of the Iranian province went on state media and announced that anyone who captures or kills the American crew would be, quote, specially commended. Iranian state television began broadcasting images of the wreckage, including an ACES-2 ejection seat on the ground, and urged civilians to search for the pilots and shoot at any American aircraft they see overhead. Iran's parliamentary speaker posted on social media, taunting President Trump by saying America's war objectives had been, quote, downgraded from regime change to, hey, can anyone find our pilots, please?
Wow.
Now, I want you to hold all of that in your mind, because what I'm about to tell you next is critical. Here's the honest truth, and I say this not to score political points, but because it matters for the safety of every American in uniform right now. Just over a week before today's shootdown, President Trump sat in the Oval Office and told the American people, and I'm paraphrasing closely here, that Iran's military had been so thoroughly defeated that, quote, we literally have planes flying over Tehran and they can't do a thing about it.
Esther, I'm going to back it up just in case they wasn't listening with their good ear.
Had a second aircraft shot out of the sky.
Oh, you're a veteran.
Had a helicopter
damaged.
Thank
you for all.
Had multiple Americans wounded.
All
and
your
still
good
have
work.
One service member missing. Meanwhile, the governor of the Iranian province went on state media.
Your bravery.
10 Warthog that was providing close air support for the rescue took fire, and its pilot had to eject over the Persian Gulf. That pilot was recovered from the water. One of the rescue helicopters carrying the saved F-15E pilot was hit by a small arms fire, wounding several crew members aboard, though it managed to land safely. So in the span of a few hours this morning, we lost one fighter jet, had a second aircraft shot out of the sky, had a helicopter damaged, had multiple Americans wounded, and still have one service member missing. Meanwhile, the governor of the Iranian province went on state media and announced that anyone who captures or kills the American crew would be, quote, specially commended. Iranian state television began broadcasting images of the wreckage, including an ACES-2 ejection seat on the ground, and urged civilians to search for the pilots and shoot at any American aircraft they see overhead. Iran's parliamentary speaker posted on social media, taunting President Trump by saying America's war objectives had been, quote, downgraded from regime change to, hey, can anyone find our pilots, please? Now, I want you to hold all of that in your mind, because what I'm about to tell you next is critical. Here's the honest truth, and I say this not to score political points, but because it matters for the safety of every American in uniform right now. Just over a week before today's shootdown, President Trump sat in the Oval Office and told the American people, and I'm paraphrasing closely here, that Iran's military had been so thoroughly defeated that, quote, we literally have planes flying over Tehran and they can't do a thing about it. Defense Secretary Hegseth echoed that assessment. And just one day before this F-15E was brought down, CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper stated publicly that Iran's air and missile defense systems had been, quote, largely destroyed. Now, contrast that with what the intelligence actually showed. Reuters reported that U.S. intelligence could only confirm with certainty that about 1/3 of Iran's missile arsenal had been destroyed. The status of another third was unclear. That is a significant gap between what the administration was telling the American people and what our own intelligence community believed to be true. Let me tell you something from my own experience. When I was in the Oval Office, the hardest thing wasn't making the decision to use force. The hardest thing was standing in front of the American people and telling them the truth about how difficult it was going to be. Because here's what happens when you oversell the easy part. You lose all credibility when the hard part comes. And the hard part always comes. This is the core leadership failure I want to highlight. Not that we lost an aircraft, because war produces losses, and any honest commander-in-chief will tell you that. The failure is that this administration created a narrative of total dominance, of absolute air superiority, that left the public, the Congress, and arguably even our own operational planners unprepared for exactly the kind of event that happened today. When you tell the world that the enemy can't touch you, and then the enemy shoots down your plane and puts a bounty on your pilots, you haven't just lost an aircraft. You've lost something far more valuable. You've lost the narrative. And in modern warfare, the narrative is half the battle. Now I want to talk about something broader, because this event didn't happen in isolation. It happened in the context of a 5-week campaign that has already produced a pattern of losses the administration has been reluctant to fully acknowledge. 16 MQ-9 Reaper drones lost. A friendly fire incident over Kuwait that brought down 3 F-15s. An F-35A damaged on March the 19th. And now this. When you lay it all out, you see a campaign that is far more contested, far more costly, and far more dangerous than the American people have been led to believe. And here's why that institutional gap matters. When civilian leadership consistently overstates military success, it creates a credibility problem that doesn't just embarrass politicians, it endangers troops. Because operational planning starts serving the political narrative instead of the strategic reality. Commanders feel pressure to maintain the story of dominance rather than honestly assess risk. And people get hurt. Second, let's talk about what this bounty means. When a sovereign government urges its civilian population to hunt down and capture or kill a downed American service member, that is a violation of the Geneva Conventions. It is a violation of the laws of armed conflict. It is an escalation that changes the rules of engagement in ways that put every future American pilot at greater risk. And I have to ask, has this administration prepared the diplomatic and legal infrastructure to respond to that. Because this isn't just a military problem. This is a problem of international law, of diplomatic standing, of how America is perceived by every country that might one day face the question of how to treat a downed American. Third, and we'll come back to this, our alliances are straining. This war has sent energy prices soaring, fueled inflation in allied nations, and destabilized the very Gulf states whose cooperation we depend on. I learned something very important in my years in office. You can't bomb your way to credibility if you've already spent your diplomatic capital. Military strength is multiplied by alliances. Without them, it's just force, and force alone has never been enough. Now let me shift to the politics, because I know some people don't like mixing policy and politics. But in a democracy, the two are inseparable. The political sustainability of a military campaign is not some abstract concern. It is a strategic factor, and when you lose it, you lose the war, no matter what's happening on the battlefield. For 5 weeks, this administration has controlled the narrative. We're winning. Iran is collapsing. Air superiority is total. It's only a matter of time. And then today happens. And every American with a television set sees wreckage on Iranian state media, sees an ACES-2 ejection seat in the dirt. Here's a foreign government offering bounties on our people, and listens to Iranian officials taunting the President of the United States. The imagery is devastating, not because we don't understand that war is costly, but because the imagery contradicts everything we've been told. This is the kind of moment that changes the domestic equation. I've studied enough history and lived enough of it to know that every war has an inflection point where the gap between what the government is telling you and what you can see with your own eyes becomes impossible to ignore. Vietnam had its Tet Offensive. Iraq had its missing weapons of mass destruction. And I believe this conflict may be approaching its own version of that moment. Even within the Republican coalition, there are fissures. This war was never universally popular. And as the human and economic costs mount, the political ground shifts. You're going to see increased pressure from Congress, and rightly so, for formal authorization, for oversight hearings, for answers about what the strategy actually is and when it ends. Because here's a principle I believe in deeply. No president should be able to sustain a war that the people's representatives haven't debated and authorized. That's not a Democratic principle or a Republican principle. That's a constitutional principle. And this event is going to bring that question front and center in a way that the administration is not prepared for. We've got to think about what happens next.
Yes, it is.
Because the decisions made in the next 48 to 72 hours may define the trajectory of this.
Linda, who you talking to? Yes, everything is too inflated. Linda, who you talking to?
Entire conflict. Let me lay out what I see. First, the immediate priority, and it should be the only priority right now, is that missing weapons systems officer. If that American is captured alive by Iranian forces, or God forbid, by civilians motivated by the bounty, this becomes a hostage crisis. And a hostage crisis transforms everything. I remember 1979. I remember what the Iran hostage crisis did to Jimmy Carter's presidency, to American morale, to our standing in the world. If this becomes that kind of situation, it will consume this administration and dominate American politics in ways nobody answers about what the strategy actually is and when it ends. Because here's a principle I believe in deeply. No president should be able to sustain a war that the people's representatives haven't debated and authorized. That's not a Democratic principle or a Republican principle. That's a constitutional principle. And this event is going to bring that question front and center in a way that the administration is not prepared for. We've got to think about what happens next, because the decisions made in the next 48 to 72 hours may define the trajectory of this entire conflict. Let me lay out what I see. First, the immediate priority, and it should be the only priority right now, is that missing weapons systems officer. If that American is captured alive by Iranian forces, or God forbid, by civilians motivated by the bounty, this becomes a hostage crisis. And a hostage crisis transforms everything. I remember 1979. I remember what the Iran hostage crisis did to Jimmy Carter's presidency, to American morale, to our standing in the world. If this becomes that kind of situation, it will consume this administration and dominate American politics in ways nobody can fully predict. Second, if, and I pray this happens, the officer is recovered safely, the administration will claim vindication, and I understand that impulse. But the damage to the narrative of total dominance has already been done. You can't unring that bell. The world saw what happened today. Third, the broader military question. Iran clearly retains the capability to impose costs on American forces. The question is whether the administration adjusts its strategy in response to that reality, or doubles down on escalation. And I'll be honest with you, I'm worried about the latter. When I hear the president threatening to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age, when I hear talk of targeting civilian infrastructure like desalination plants, I hear something that crosses a moral and legal line. Targeting civilian infrastructure is not strength. It is a violation of the laws of war, and it would have generational consequences for America's moral authority. Fourth, and this is something I care about deeply, this moment actually presents an opportunity. In every crisis I ever faced, there was a point where the worst thing that happened also created the best chance for resolution. This could be a moment for serious, quiet, diplomatic engagement through intermediaries. But you have to be wise enough and humble enough to see it. Let me close with this, because at the end of the day, this isn't really about me. It's not about Trump. It's not about Democrats versus Republicans. And honestly, it's not even about Iran, though what happens there matters enormously. This is about an American, a real person with a family, with people who love them, who is right now, as you listen to my voice, trying to survive in hostile territory. And the question that should haunt every one of us is this: were the decisions that put them there made with the seriousness, the honesty, and the strategic clarity that our service members deserve? We've got to remember something fundamental about democracy. The health of a democracy is not measured by its capacity for force. Lord knows we have more military power than any nation in the history of the world. The health of a democracy is measured by its capacity for accountability. Can we look honestly at our mistakes? Can we tell the truth about what's working and what isn't? Can our leaders stand before the American people and say, here's where we are, here's what it's going to cost, and here's why it's worth it, and actually mean it? Leaders who cannot tell the truth about the cost of war cannot be trusted with the power to wage it. That is not a partisan statement. That is a principle as old as this republic. So tonight, I'm asking something of every American watching this. Regardless of your party, regardless of who you voted for, demand transparency. Demand a strategy that matches the sacrifice being asked of our men and women in uniform. Insist that your representatives in Congress exercise the oversight that the Constitution requires of them, because this is your country. These are your sons and daughters in those cockpits, and you deserve the truth. I still believe, after all these years, that the American people, when they're given the facts, when they're treated like adults, when they're trusted with the hard truth instead of being managed with slogans, will make the right decision. They always have. The question is whether their leaders will trust them enough to try. My thoughts tonight are with the families of every service member serving in this conflict.
Mine too.
And especially with the family of the one who is still out there tonight, still waiting to come home.
Well, yeah, they got him.
God bless them. And God bless the United States.
So they say. I need to see him. You know, they will use a crisis actor. I mean, I'm not going to act like I don't know that they, you know, captured somebody. But let me see what else I got, y'all. Hold on.
Out on everywhere, helping everywhere.
First order. And here, you know, I've been watching what's unfolding in Washington these past few weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to talk to you about something that I think ought to concern every American, regardless of whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, or somewhere in between. In the span of less than 1 month, from March 5th to April 2nd, 2026, President Trump has fired 2 Senate-confirmed cabinet members. First, he removed Kristi Noem as Secretary of Homeland Security. Then, just today, he fired Attorney General Pam Bondi. And now there are credible reports, confirmed by multiple news outlets, that he's been polling his advisors about whether to remove a third, Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. There are even whispers about FBI Director Kash Patel.
That's a good
now,
one.
let me be clear about something.
Both of them.
I'm not telling you this because I take any pleasure in it. I don't. When the leadership of your Justice Department, your Homeland Security apparatus, and your intelligence community are all being destabilized at the same time during a war, no less, with Iran. That's not a partisan talking point. That is a national security concern of the first order. And here's what I want you to understand as we go through this together. These weren't the president's enemies. These were his allies.
Yep.
His hand-picked,
Allies.
personally loyal allies. That is a national security concern of the first order. And here's what I want you to understand as we go through this together. These weren't the president's enemies. These were his allies. His hand-picked, personally loyal allies. People who stood by him through impeachment, through indictments, through elections. And he's turning on them, one by one. The reason this matters, the real reason, goes deeper than any one personality or any one firing. It goes to the heart of how we govern ourselves. And we'll come back to that in a moment. Now look, to understand what's happening today, you've got to understand the choice that was made at the beginning. When President Trump assembled his second-term cabinet, he made a very deliberate decision. He didn't choose people for their independent judgment or their institutional expertise. He chose them for their personal loyalty. I know something about putting together a cabinet. I did it twice. And let me tell you, the temptation to surround yourself with people who agree with you is real. But the best thing any president can do is appoint people who respect the institutions they're asked to lead and who have the courage to tell you when you're wrong. Now look at who we're talking about. Pam Bondi was part of Trump's impeachment defense team. She was the former Florida Attorney General who stood on stage at rallies and chanted, "Lock her up." Kristi Noem was a rising MAGA star, a Fox News favorite, given control of the entire Department of Homeland Security. Tulsi Gabbard was a sitting Democratic congresswoman who left the party, became an independent, then a Republican.
I agree,
and
Jessica.
was rewarded with the directorship of national intelligence. Kash Patel was one of Trump's fiercest defenders through the Russia investigation and was installed at the FBI. Every single one of these people was chosen because they demonstrated loyalty, not because they had deep institutional knowledge, not because they had a track record of managing complex agencies. And when you build a cabinet on loyalty alone, rather than competence and respect for the mission, you build a structure that is inherently fragile. It's the most significant second-term cabinet shakeup since Richard Nixon's post-1972
We just
purges.
protect them, and God has just been
And we'll come
protecting
back
us.
to
We're
that
not slaves.
comparison too.
This new toothbrush is revolutionizing the way we clean our teeth. Meet Sonic Brush, the world's first fully automatic toothbrush.
Let me walk you through what's actually happened, step by step.
Let's go.
Because the details matter. On March 5th, 2026, President Trump fired Kristi Noem as Secretary of Homeland Security, making her the first cabinet member dismissed in this term. She'd had 2 disastrous congressional hearings. There were controversies over agency spending, bulletproof vests, Rolex watches. Trump grew frustrated with her performance and tapped Senator Markwayne Mullin of Oklahoma to replace her. Mullin himself said he had no idea how quickly his confirmation would proceed. Then today, April 2nd, 2026, Trump fired Attorney General Pam Bondi. The frustrations had been building for months. The Justice Department failed to secure indictments against 6 Democratic members of Congress over that illegal orders video. A grand jury simply refused. An investigation into the Federal Reserve was blocked by a federal judge. Cases against James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James were dismissed. And then there was the Epstein files disaster.
Yes, Lord.
Bondi handed binders to social media influencers before Congress even had them. The House Oversight Committee subpoenaed her with bipartisan support. 5 Republicans joined Democrats, and legislation forcing public release of the files passed both chambers. A heated White House confrontation reportedly took place about a week before she was let go. Now Trump's former personal criminal defense attorney, Todd Blanche, the deputy AG, is serving as acting attorney general. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin is reportedly being considered as permanent replacement. And Tulsi Gabbard, on March 18th, her congressional testimony contradicted one of Trump's justifications for the Iran war. She stated Iran had made no efforts to rebuild nuclear enrichment capabilities.
She told the truth.
She shielded her deputy, Joe Kent, who resigned, alleging Israel had pressured the U.S. into the conflict.
Oh, okay.
On March 30th,
So she told the
Trump
truth right
publicly
there.
said Gabbard has a little bit different thought process than him on Iran. Conservative media figures have called her office an anti-Semitic shadow operation. And now Trump is asking advisors whether she should go too. Now here's where I need you to pay close attention, because this is where it gets complicated. And this is where it really matters. When you look at why these people were fired, a pattern emerges that should trouble anyone who cares about the rule of law. Pam Bondi wasn't fired because she did something unethical. She was fired because she couldn't make the legal system do what the president wanted it to do. Grand juries refused to indict. Federal judges blocked investigations. Cases were dismissed. The system's guardrails held. And for that, she lost her job. Now, let me tell you something from experience. When I was president, there were times the Justice Department made decisions I didn't like. There were investigations I disagreed with. But I understood, and every president before me understood, that the Attorney General serves the people of the United States, not the personal interest of the president. That's not just tradition. That's the foundation. And the Gabbard situation reveals something even more concerning. Here you have a director of national intelligence who provided honest testimony to Congress, testimony that didn't align with the president's preferred narrative about why we went to war. In my time, I sat through hundreds of intelligence briefings. Some of them told me things I desperately did not want to hear. But a president has to want the truth. Because if you punish people for telling you the truth, eventually nobody tells you the truth. And then you're flying blind. And then there's this. Todd Blanche, Trump's personal criminal defense attorney, the lawyer who represented him in his New York hush money trial, is now the acting Attorney General of the United States.
In June of 2025, my dad, my colleague, and my dear friend John Robbins passed from his earthly body.
There is a world of difference between a president's personal lawyer and the attorney who represents 330 million Americans. We have got to understand that distinction because it is everything. We've got to remember what these institutions are for. They weren't created to serve any one president. They were created to serve the American people across generations. Let me tell you what's happening beneath the headlines. The Justice Department has experienced a mass voluntary exodus of career attorneys, people who spent decades mastering federal law, building cases, upholding prosecutorial standards. These aren't political appointees. These are professionals who are beholden to law and not politics. When they leave, they take institutional memory with them. They take expertise that took years to build. And what fills the vacuum? Political appointees. People whose primary qualification is alignment with the current administration. The intelligence community has been hollowed out in ways that should alarm us all. Gabbard cut ODNI staff by nearly 50%. She stripped security clearances from 37 current and former officials. She fired over 100 intelligence officers from 15 agencies. Kash Patel fired dozens of FBI agents, including counterintelligence agents who were working Iran cases during an active military conflict with Iran. And now fired agents have filed a class action lawsuit alleging a retribution campaign. Homeland Security lost its secretary midstream and is being led in transition while a war is underway and the border remains a central national concern. Now, I lived through crises as president, and I can tell you the most important thing you have in a crisis is people who know the building, people who know the files, people who can walk into the Oval Office and say, Mr. President, we tried that in 1994, and here's what happened. You don't fire the pilot mid-flight because you don't like the turbulence report. You need that pilot. You need the person who knows how to read the instruments and tell you the truth about the weather ahead, even when it's not what you want to hear. And let me tell you something about power that I learned the hard way. The most dangerous thing a leader can do is surround himself only with people who agree with him, and then fire even those people when reality forces them to disagree. Think about what's happened here. These weren't Democrats. These weren't career bureaucrats. These weren't so-called deep state operatives. Pam Bondi chanted, "Lock her up," at rallies. Kristi Noem was a MAGA icon. Tulsi Gabbard left the Democratic Party and switched to the Republicans for Trump. If even they can't survive, if even total loyalty isn't enough when the legal system or the intelligence community delivers an answer the president doesn't want, what does that tell every other person serving in this administration? It tells them the price of an honest briefing. It tells them the cost of a legal setback. And the incentive structure shifts. It no longer rewards telling the president what he needs to hear. It rewards telling him what he wants to hear. That's the chilling effect, and it is corrosive. I also want to acknowledge something the press has been discussing, and I think it deserves honest reflection. The president has now fired Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi, both women, while Pete Hegseth and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. remain in their posts despite significant controversies of their own. I'm not going to assign motive, but I do think it's worth thinking about. And here's what worries me most. You cannot wage a war effectively while simultaneously gutting the intelligence and legal infrastructure that supports it. We are in an active military conflict with Iran.
Yep.
Career counterintelligence
People,
officers
integrity
working Iran
is
cases
trying to kick in.
have been
Morals
fired.
is trying to kick in.
The Director of National Intelligence may be removed for providing honest assessments. This is not a strategy for winning. This is a strategy for being alone at the top. And in governance, being alone at the top is the most dangerous place you can be. Here's what I think happens next, and I want to be honest with you. I see three possible paths from here, and they lead to very different places. The first path is an escalating purge. Trump replaces Gabbard. Maybe Patel goes too, despite the denials. The cabinet becomes almost entirely composed of personal lawyers, last-minute picks, and acting officials who serve at the president's pleasure without Senate confirmation. Lee Zeldin gets moved from EPA to Justice, a man with no prosecutorial experience, leading the nation's law enforcement apparatus. Senate confirmation fights consume political oxygen. The Iran war continues with compromised intelligence leadership. Congressional oversight intensifies. The Epstein subpoena, the Intelligence Committee hearings, the class action lawsuit from fired FBI agents, creating one confrontation after another. That's the chaotic path. The second path is quieter and frankly more dangerous. It's stabilization through submission. The remaining officials learn the lesson of Bondi, Nome, and Gabbard. They stop pushing back. Intelligence assessments get tailored to support predetermined conclusions. The Justice Department becomes fully an instrument of presidential will rather than an independent guardian of the law. No more embarrassing grand jury refusals, because no one brings cases the president doesn't personally want. This is the captured institution scenario. It doesn't look like chaos. It looks like order. But it's the order of a government that has stopped serving the people. The third path, and this is where I place my cautious hope, is institutional pushback. Courts continue to block overreach, as they already have. Congress, including some Republicans, as we've seen with the Epstein subpoena vote, uses its oversight powers more aggressively. Career officials who remain find ways to uphold professional standards. The system bends, but doesn't break. I believe in that third path, but it depends on all of us understanding what's at stake. Let me close with this. I've been out of the White House for more than 25 years now.
Wow.
And in that time, I've watched this country go through some very difficult moments. September 11th, the financial crisis, a pandemic, deep political division. And every time, what pulled us through wasn't one president's vision. It was the strength of our institutions, the decency of our people, and the stubborn American belief that nobody is above the law and nobody is beneath its protection. A president's greatest power isn't who he fires. It's who he trusts enough to hear the truth from. I made mistakes in my presidency. Lord knows I did. But I was blessed with advisors who had the courage to walk into the Oval Office and say, Mr. President, you're wrong about this. And that saved me from worse mistakes. That's not weakness. That's how good governance works. The fundamental question before us right now is this: do we want a government that serves one person's vision, or do we want a government that serves the American people? Because those are not the same thing. A government of loyalty is not the same as a government of service. And when the most loyal people in the room still aren't loyal enough, when even chanting "lock her up" and switching parties and defending the president through impeachment isn't sufficient, then the standard isn't loyalty anymore. The standard is obedience, and a democracy cannot survive on obedience. Now, America has been through worse. We survived a civil war. We survived Watergate. We survived moments when the very fabric of self-government was tested to its limits. But we never survived those things by being complacent about them. We survived them because ordinary people in every community, on every school board, and every local election decided that democracy was worth fighting for. So here's my ask. Pay attention, not just to the headlines, but to the pattern. Understand what it means when institutions lose their independence. Talk to your neighbors, even the ones you disagree with, about what kind of government you want. Show up, vote, serve, because democracy is not a spectator sport. It never has been. We're going to get through this. We always do. But only if we pay attention, only if we care. And I know you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be watching.
Okay, and on our way out, I got one more to put us to sleep or wake us up. And it's going to be on Foreign Land. Can I get y'all to hit the like button for me? I just did this one, right? I don't know. I'll wait on that one. It's about some missiles. Some jelly missiles or something. Hit the like button, y'all. Come on.
Imagine waking up one morning to the shocking news that Iran now possesses hundreds of North Korea's most advanced intercontinental ballistic missiles, a terrifying new weapon of massive destructive power capable of reaching from Tel Aviv all the way to major cities deep inside the American homeland. Western intelligence missed the entire operation until these missiles were already hidden deep inside Iranian underground bunkers, fueled and ready to launch within minutes. This is not just another arms deal. This is one of the most dangerous and destabilizing shifts in the balance of power.
That was a great speech, wasn't it, Tommy?
And it happened completely under our noses.
I had one more. Do we need to end on him trying to get us caught up? I think so. I have one more. He was saying something about Vance. Let me go back. Let's end on something sound mind. Somebody who is giving us the information on U.S. soil of how things are supposed to be. I think I want to go out on him. Somebody sent me a super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. That blind lady. Thank you, that blind lady. Thank you so very much. Do y'all agree? Let's go out on and I know it's a day or two old. Where is it at? And I looked at it and said, I'll wait.
You know, I've been watching what's on.
It's about. Yeah, I missed this one.
You know, I've been around long enough to know when something changes in the
Oh, I know why I wanted to. Yeah, no, I know why I bypassed this one. Hold on. I have plans to talk about it. Okay, let's do this one.
You know, folks, I've been around American politics for a long time. I've sat in rooms where history was being made.
This is
and
gonna
I
be our
didn't even
last
know
one,
it yet.
y'all. Let's go
I've
out in
watched
a
presidents
bang.
come and go, including myself, and I've seen this country tested in ways that would have
5-something in the
broken
morning.
most nations on earth. But I want to talk to you today about something that happened this morning. April 1st, 2026, that I believe every American, regardless of party, regardless of where you stand on immigration, needs to sit with for a moment. For the first time in the history of the United States of America, a sitting president walked into the Supreme Court chamber and sat down during oral arguments.
Very
Not for a swearing in, not for a ceremony.
charismatic.
Donald Trump entered that courtroom while his own Solicitor General, D. John Sauer, was arguing a case that would determine whether babies born on American soil still have the right to be called Americans. The case is called Trump versus Barbara, and it challenges what has been settled constitutional law for over 150 years, birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment. Now, I want you to hold that image in your mind. A president sitting in the gallery in the highest court in the land, watching the justices, 3 of whom he personally appointed, while they weigh his executive
pickle
order.
in Trump mouth.
The justices
Bubba.
never acknowledged his presence. And then, shortly after the other side began to argue, he got up and left. And within minutes, he was on Truth Social calling America stupid for having birthright citizenship in the first place. We'll come back to what actually happened inside that courtroom. And let me tell you what those justices said matters a great deal. But first, I need you to understand why this moment is about something much larger than one policy. This is about whether the institutions that hold this democracy together can still do their job when the most powerful person in the country is standing in the room watching. Now look, before we get into what happened in that courtroom today, I think it's important we understand where this all comes from. Because this isn't just about one executive order. This goes to the heart of who we are as a country and who we decided to be after the worst chapter in our history. In 1868, 3 years after the Civil War ended, this nation ratified the 14th Amendment. And that amendment begins with some of the most powerful words ever written into law. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Now, that wasn't written by accident. It was written by people who had just buried 600,000 Americans over the question of whether human beings could be treated as property. The 14th Amendment was a promise, a covenant, that this country would never again let the government decide who gets to be a citizen based on who their parents were. And in 1898, a man named Wong Kim Ark tested that promise. He was born in San Francisco to Chinese parents. He traveled to China, and when he came back, the United States government told him he couldn't come home.
Thank y'all for helping me on this.
He took that fight all the way to the Supreme Court, and the court said clearly, unmistakably, if you are born on American soil, you are an American citizen. That was 128 years ago. Every court that has considered the question since then has said the same thing. And here's what I want you to keep in mind. The lawyer who argued against Trump's order today, Cecilia Wang of the ACLU, was born in Oregon to parents from Taiwan who were here on student visas. Under this executive order, she would not have been a citizen. Let that sit with you for a moment. Every lower court that reviewed this order struck it down. 2 federal circuit courts upheld injunctions against it. This order has never taken effect because every single judge who looked at it said it contradicts what the Constitution plainly says. And we'll come back to that. Because what happened in the courtroom today tells you the justices see it the same way. Let me tell you something. I've watched a lot of oral arguments in my time, and I can usually tell you where a case is heading by the questions the justices ask. And today those questions told quite a story. Solicitor General D. John Sauer stood before the court and argued that birthright citizenship, and I'm quoting him here, demeans the priceless gift of American citizenship. He said it acts as a pull factor for illegal immigration. He said it spawned a, quote, birth tourism industry where, in his words, uncounted thousands of foreigners from potentially hostile nations have flocked to give birth in the United States. Now that's a dramatic argument, but here's what matters.
That woke me up.
How the justices responded. Chief Justice John Roberts, a man who chooses his words carefully, told Sauer that his supporting examples were, quote, very quirky.
Thank y'all for helping me reach that goal.
Children of ambassadors, children of enemies during hostile invasion, children born on warships, and then you expand it to an entire class of people. Roberts couldn't understand how you get from, quote, such a tiny and idiosyncratic group of exceptions to stripping citizenship from hundreds of thousands of babies a year. Then Justice Brett Kavanaugh pointed out that Congress used the exact same 14th Amendment language in the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952. If Congress understood jurisdiction to mean what Sauer was claiming, why would they have written it that way? And this is where things start to get complicated. Justice Amy Coney Barrett posed a hypothetical about an enslaved person brought to America against their will, someone who never intended to stay, who always saw themselves as a captive. Under Sauer's domicile theory, that person wouldn't qualify as a citizen. And yet Sauer conceded the 14th Amendment was written to protect exactly those people. He couldn't square it. And then Justice Neil Gorsuch asked the question that may define this case. He asked Sauer, under your theory, would Native Americans be birthright citizens today? And Sauer hesitated. I think so, he said. I have to think that through. Folks, these are Trump's own appointees asking these questions.
That's why he stormed out mad.
And we'll come back to what that means. Now I want to shift from the legal questions to the leadership questions, because that's really where this story gets troubling. We've got to remember something. This executive order was signed on January 20th, 2025. Donald Trump's first day back in office. Not his 20th day, not after a period of study or consultation with constitutional scholars. Day one. And he knew, his lawyers knew, that this order contradicted 128 years of constitutional interpretation. Every serious legal analyst, left and right, said it was almost certainly unconstitutional. So why sign it? Because it sends a message. And I understand the politics of that. But governing is not the same thing as messaging. And when you confuse the two, real people get hurt. Second, and this is what really concerns me, he personally attended the oral arguments. No sitting president in American history has ever done that. And I don't believe for 1 second it was out of civic curiosity. When the most powerful person in the country walks into the Supreme Court while his case is being argued, with 3 justices he appointed sitting right there, that's pressure. That's the weight of the presidency being placed on the shoulders of the judiciary. And the justices knew it. They
He's
never
already went after the
acknowledged
voters,
his presence.
Joanne.
Not
He
once.
signed an executive order.
And third, within minutes of leaving that courtroom, Trump posted on Truth Social, "We are the only country in the world stupid enough to allow birthright citizenship." Now look, that's just factually wrong. At least 33 countries have unrestricted birthright citizenship. Canada has it, Mexico has it, Brazil, Argentina, most of the Western Hemisphere has it. But beyond the factual error, think about what that post represents. The Supreme Court is actively deliberating your case, and you publicly insult the country for the very principle they're weighing. This follows a pattern. After the tariff ruling in February, Trump called the justices dumb. On March 30th, he called judges and justices dumb again. Just 2 weeks before today, Chief Justice Roberts warned publicly that personally directed hostility is dangerous and it's got to stop. And then the president shows up in the courtroom in person. That's not leadership. That's intimidation dressed up as engagement. Here's the honest truth, folks. Based on what we saw in that courtroom today, this executive order is probably not going to survive. The skepticism from the justices, including Trump's own appointees, was overwhelming. But I want you to understand something. The real damage being done here isn't about whether this one order stands or falls. The real damage is to the relationship between the branches of government that holds this entire system together. When I was president, the Supreme Court handed down decisions I disagreed with. Some of them frustrated me deeply, but I respected them, publicly, privately, and in how I conducted myself. That's not because I'm a saint. It's because I understood that the system only works if the president, even when he loses, affirms the legitimacy of the institution that checked him. That's what the separation of powers requires. Not agreement, respect. What we're seeing now is something different. We're seeing a president who calls justices stupid and dumb, who publicly predicts they'll reach the wrong conclusion, who posts attacks on social media while the case is still being deliberated, and now who physically enters the courtroom to make his presence felt. Each one of those things taken alone might seem like bluster, but taken together, they represent a sustained assault on the independence of the judiciary. And once that independence is compromised, Once the public starts to believe that the court rules based on who's watching rather than what the Constitution says, we've lost something we may never get back. Think about it this way. If faith in the courts collapses, who settles disputes between the government and its citizens? Who protects the minority from the majority? Who upholds the Constitution when the political branches won't? The judiciary is the last line of defense for individual rights in this country. And every time a president treats it like an obstacle rather than a safeguard, that line gets thinner. The world is watching too. Our allies look at this and wonder whether the rule of law in America still means what it used to mean. That should concern all of us, regardless of party. Now look, I've been in politics long enough to recognize a strategy when I see one. And let's be honest about what this executive order was always about. I don't think anyone in the White House genuinely believed they were going to win this case at the Supreme Court. Not with this legal argument. Not against 128 years of precedent and the plain text of the 14th Amendment. This was about the message. It was about signaling to a political base that the president is willing to fight, even against the Constitution as it's been understood since Reconstruction, even against his own appointees on the court. And I'll grant you this, as a piece of political theater, it works. It generates headlines. It energizes supporters who feel passionately about immigration. It creates a narrative where the president is battling the establishment on behalf of the people. I get it. I understand political dynamics. But here's where I part ways, and I think any responsible leader should. You don't use the Constitution as a prop. You don't use the rights of newborn babies as a messaging tool. And you don't use the Supreme Court as a stage for political performance. I signed immigration legislation when I was president. I understood the real concerns people have about border security, about fairness in the system, about making sure the rules mean something. Those are legitimate concerns, and they deserve serious answers. But the answer has to come through Congress, through legislation, through the democratic process, through building coalitions and making compromises, not through an executive order that tries to rewrite the Constitution by fiat. And here's the irony no one talks about. The Migration Policy Institute has projected that ending birthright citizenship would actually increase the undocumented population by 2.7 million by 2045 and 5.4 million by 2075. You'd be creating a new permanent underclass of people born on American soil with no legal status. A recent study found that birthright citizens contribute approximately $7.7 trillion to the U.S. economy over their lifetimes and add 3.1 million workers to the labor force. So even on pure policy grounds, forget the Constitution for a moment. This approach makes the problem worse, not better. Now let me walk you through what happens
I see
next,
that, Joanne.
because I think it matters that people understand what's coming. Based on what we heard today, the skepticism from Roberts, from Kavanaugh, from Barrett, from Gorsuch, and of course from the 3 Democratic appointed justices, the most likely outcome is that the court strikes down this executive order. And it could be by a wide margin. We might be looking at a 7-2 decision, possibly even broader, with only Justice Alito and perhaps Justice Thomas dissenting. That would be historic, not just because it reaffirms the 14th Amendment, but because it would mean Trump's own appointees delivered the defeat. If that happens, and I believe it will, it vindicates 128 years of precedent. It vindicates Wong Kim Ark. It vindicates every lower court judge who looked at this order and said no. And most importantly, it demonstrates that the judiciary can still function as an independent check on executive power, even under enormous political pressure. That's the system working the way it was designed to work. But we also have to be realistic about what comes next. If the court rules against Trump, he will almost certainly attack the decision. Based on everything we've seen, the tariff ruling, the dumb judge's post, the personal appearance today, there will be another round of public attacks on the justices. And that creates a dangerous cycle. The more a president attacks the court, the more the public questions its legitimacy, and the harder it becomes for the court to do its job. Now, there's a less likely scenario, but we have to consider it. If the court, against all signals, upholds some version of this order, it would represent one of the most dramatic reversals in constitutional law in American history. 255,000 babies a year would potentially lose their citizenship. You'd be creating, for the first time since the Civil War, a class of people born on American soil who are not Americans. The shockwaves through immigration law, through families, through communities would be immense. There's also a middle path. The court could rule narrowly on procedural grounds without reaching the constitutional question. But that would only delay the reckoning. The decision is expected by late June. And whatever happens, the consequences will be felt for generations. You know, I keep coming back to this. The 14th Amendment was written by people who had just finished fighting the bloodiest war in American history. 620,000 dead, brother against brother. And when it was over, they sat down and wrote those words, all persons born in the United States, because they understood something profound. They understood that citizenship cannot be conditional on who your parents are, where they came from, or what documents they carried in their pockets. That if this country was going to mean anything, if the promise of America was going to be more than words on paper, then belonging had to start at birth. Not at a government office, not at the discretion of a president, at birth. That wasn't a loophole. That was the whole point. Now, I want to be fair here. Immigration is a real challenge. It's complicated. Good, decent people disagree about how to handle it. I've worked on immigration policy, and I know there are no easy answers. The system needs reform, comprehensive reform, the kind that requires both parties sitting down and doing the hard work of legislating. I believe in border security. I believe in a fair process. And I believe that people who follow the rules should feel that the system respects their effort. But, and this is important, the answer to those challenges is never to strip rights away from babies born on American soil. That's a line we cannot cross. Because once you say that some children born in this country aren't really Americans, that their citizenship depends on their parents' papers, you've broken something fundamental. You've turned a birthright into a privilege, and privileges can be taken away. Let me tell you something. The strength of this country has never been in walls. It's been in the promise. The promise that if you're born here, you belong here.
Amen.
That you are as American as anyone who ever lived in this country. And no president, no executive order, no political strategy should ever be powerful enough to take that away. Today, in that courtroom, the system was tested. Justices appointed by this very president asked the hard questions. They pushed back. They held the line. And that should give every American, Democrat, Republican, Independent, a reason to believe that the institutions still work. They're battered, they're bruised, but they held. And as long as they hold, there's hope. There's always hope. That's the story of America. We get tested and we come through. Not perfectly, not easily, but we come through. And I believe we will again.
Thank you, Lord. Okay, it's sleep time. Thank y'all for hanging out with me all night, helping me through weather my, you know, my little heartbreak, the loss of my cousin. So I greatly appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I couldn't ask for a better crew. Mwah. Bye. Sleep tight.